Good evening, guys. Another installment of this Saturday evening's live stream. And we have one in the house. That's awesome. And we have Seor also as my co host. It's always nice to have him on panel. It's not often that this happens that he's on panel this early. But we still have one in the house. I wonder who you might be. Hey, Anne. Good to see you. And Vanessa Kitty.
Hello, everyone. I'm back.
You were back. That's awesome.
Well, I heard that whole thing.
Yeah, I
Look at me,
couldn't
I'm
help myself.
early this early. I've started stream with you before.
Yeah. But when we have at least one in the house, so that's at least something. Now we have two in the house.
I see Anna and Vanessa Kitty.
Yeah.
They probably had to refresh.
Yeah.
So.
They will put a comment in so we know who they are, who joined the stream. That's a good thing to do. Hey, Bob, 942, good to see you.
Hey, Bob, how are you doing?
Be right back. Going to check on my missus. Okay, Bob. Check on your missus. That sounds like a good idea. Welcome, Bob. It's always good to see you and always good to have you here. And guys, I have, as usual, pinned in the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So if you are up for it, just click the link and join me here. So that is nice. Bob dropped in this quick. He usually come and join after a couple of minutes into the stream. But today he was really quick.
Well, maybe he's excited for the topic.
Yeah, probably. Hey, preparedness veteran, good to see you, brother.
Hey, PV, how are you doing?
And preparedness veteran, if you are up for it, you know the drill. You have the StreamYard link pinned in the top of the chat. So, you know the drill.
It's time to get some dirt time in. I mean, talk time in.
Yeah, that too. Will not be here for long at a different location. Okay, preparedness veteran. Good to know.
All right. Well, I'm at a different
okay.
location too. I'm not at home. So.
Yeah. We wait a couple of more minutes before we get into the topic. So more people can join us.
Well, yeah, we can't just spoil everything in the first 5 minutes.
No, that would not be. That
gotta
would
hold
be
back for something.
Not good.
You gotta hold back a little.
That might be OOL, checking things over. Yeah, well, that sounds really good. Preparedness veteran, you have to do that too.
Oh, I see. I see.
How's things then? Temperatures are rising nicely. Rising. Well, I'm not happy about it. It's the worst time of the year for me, especially when the temperature goes up. That's why I have my cooling scarf on my head at the moment. And I have my fan in my back, so great for growing, should be good for your plant, CR.
Oh, yes. You're remembering that video I just put
Did
out.
you see
Bokashi.
Bokashi?
Bokashi.
Or Bob Cashy? Or Bob Cashy?
そうですね。何ですか? Bokashi.
Hey, Bob. How are you doing?
1,2,3,4,5. はい。Toyota. Nissan.
Bob.
Mitsubishi.
Bob.
Mitsubishi. Suzuki.
Bob, just speak English.
That's all my Japanese right there. Suzuki. Honda. Bokashi Compost. Bokashi Compost. Hello, Vet.
See, Bob's excited for this.
Yeah. Well, I'm cooking some compost right now. Let's see. You know how I'm always doing something. Never idle. That is all rhododendron blossoms right there.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll help. That'll help in time. Even if it's not for
That
this
is
season,
another way to create
getting
your
it
compost.
all nice and dry for storage, so it won't mold or anything in storage.
Yeah. I don't like to deal with the mold.
Yeah,
it's not that I don't mind it. I don't mind it, but I don't want to deal or handle it.
Me too. Yeah, those are
that's the reason.
Rhododendron blossoms. That's what I cook it, then grind it, then dry it out some more and get it into a dry, almost like a powder, and then put it in a box. Yep. That's my bokashi.
You're just kind of speeding up the process, right? You're just speeding up the process.
Yeah, basically. I don't have a bunch of wet materials hanging around, you know. But bokashi, I looked that up here because I didn't know the definition of it. But it looks like it's a tool from Amazon. Bokashi kit on Amazon. Prime.
Okay, I found an article, Wikipedia actually, and I put this link in the description box. But bokashi is a process that converts food waste and similar organic matter into a soil amendment, which adds nutrients and improves soil texture. It differs from traditional composting methods in several respects. The most important are the input matter is fermented by specialist bacteria, not decomposed. 2, the fermented matter is fed directly to field or garden soil without requiring further time or mature. 3, as a result, virtually all input carbon, energy, and nutrients enter the soil food web, having been neither emitted in the greenhouse gases and heat nor leached out. Other names attributed to this process include bokashi composting, bokashi fermentation, and fermented composting. So it is basically it's before we get further into it, you get 2 benefits from it actually. First of all, you get a nice, beautiful compost soil. Second, you get, as a bonus, water from it. So that water is very nutrient. So you can use that to water your plants with.
Yeah. There's a lady, Garden Warrior Q. She lives in a small apartment and she does things like that. It's exactly what she does with the water that comes out of the composting. She uses it to water her plants. It's very smart.
Yeah, Bokashi, so do you have to get anything special to add into it? Yeah, that is a if I remember it correct, Bokashi powder. You put the powder in the bottom, and then you put your food on top of that, and then you took 2 tablespoons of that Bokashi powder over that, and put the lid on, and
Oh yeah,
you
like a
keep going
starter.
like that.
Very nice. Very
Yeah,
nice.
like a starter.
Mhm.
Similar to like a sourdough
Yeah,
starter, for
yeah,
example. It's
you
kind
can
of
you can have that
activating it.
system employed in probably in any climate, because you can have it indoors basically, and it doesn't smell anything.
Mm.
So that's really nice.
Hey, Hendo.
Hey, Ando, good to see you, brother.
Hi, hello.
Hendo, we're Bokashi Compost.
Yeah. The name Bokashi is transliterated from spoken Japanese.
Hmm.
However, Japanese English dictionaries give the word an older artistic meaning, shading or gradation of images, especially applied to woodblock prints. This later extended to mean pixelation or fogging in censored photographs. Therefore, its application to fermented organic matter is of uncertain origin. If both uses
Mm.
are related, unifying concepts may be alteration or fading away. Bokashi as a food waste process is borrowed in many other languages as a noun. It has various meanings depending on context, in particular the process itself and the inoculant in the fermented output. This variety can lead to confusion. As an adjective, it qualifies any related noun, such as Bokashi bin, a household fermentation vessel, Bokashi soil after adding the preserve, and even Bokashi composting a contradiction in terms. And the basically you have this is basically the Bokashi bin. And this is the fermentation starter you have in that plastic bag there.
Okay, I see. I see.
Namely, a household Bokashi bin with a supply of fermentation starter, namely bran inoculated with lactobacilli.
Okay. Oh yeah, like sourdough starter.
Lactobacilli.
Sing along with Bobby. No.
Lactobacilli. My compost will never work well without some lactose bacilli.
Yeah, well, you can make your own Bokashi bins,
Mm-hmm.
but that is
Mm.
that bin that is shown here is how it. You can take a bucket and make your own bin.
Mm.
So
Yeah. Yep.
You know what I was
and
just
this
thinking of?
and this tap here, that is the water you take out from it.
Oh, cool.
Okay. You know what I was just thinking of? Shadow, because preparedness veteran said about any climate. I guess because there's water in it, you can't allow it to freeze. Or it
Yeah,
won't work
water.
at least while
Well,
it's frozen, probably. Yeah, you would have to. It would have to be above freezing. You would have to keep it above freezing.
hey, Lizelot, good to see you.
So I'm not storing this outside in the garage in the winter.
Well, that's a nice word, Hendo, or romantic. I was usually called a lunatic, but that's nicer. All these things here going on with my phone. What the hell? Yeah. Ding
Uh,
ding.
are there any alternative uses for the whole Bokashi system? Uh, I believe we get to the uses later in this article,
Yeah, my phone's
but
going
it's
crazy.
further down. Um, And they mention alternative approaches as well, so we get to that. Um, the process, the basic stages of the process are: organic matter is inoculated with lactobacilli. This will convert a fraction of the carbohydrates in the input to a lactic acid by homolactic fermentation. Fermented anaerobically, more precisely microaerobically, for a few weeks at typical room temperatures in an airtight vessel. The organic matter is preserved by the acid in a process closely related to the making of some fermented foods and silage. Uh, the preserve is normally applied to soil when ready or can be stored up unopened for later use. The preserve is mixed into soil that has naturally occurring microorganisms. When water is present, as in the preserve itself or in the soil, the lactic acid progressively dissociates by losing protons to become lactate. The acids conjugate base or ion salt. Lactate is a fundamental energy carrier in biological processes. It can pass through cell membranes, and almost all living organisms have the enzyme lactate dehydrogenase to convert it to pyruvate for energy production. Suffused with lactate, the preserve is readily consumed by the indigenous soil life, primarily the bacteria, disappearing within a very few weeks at normal temperatures. Earthworm, earthworm action is typically prominent as bacteria are themselves consumed, such that amended soil acquires a texture associated with vermicompost.
Right on.
Mhm.
Let me show you here
So
where I'm
this is
at with
uh,
making my own. Just a second here, guys. Okay.
if I,
Here's
if I remember right, Shadow. This
Yeah,
stuff is anaerobic, right? As in
yeah,
without the presence of like air, in comparison to like natural compost, like you would do outside or whatever. That's supposed to have air in it. Okay, I've
that's
never tried
all
this stuff before,
rhododendron blossoms.
so
I haven't tried that yet either. I'm going to pour all these rhododendron blossoms in with all my other mixture. I'll show you guys this box full of all kinds of stuff that I'm making. It's all coffee grounds and some of that
Shadow.
rhododendrons and eggshells and all that stuff. Yeah,
yeah.
it's nice and dry. And
Uh, PV says, was suspecting the hotter the climate, the better to aid fermentation. Yeah, yeah. It takes longer if it's cooler, but
Mhm.
uh, I I heard about this. I believe it was last month. I heard about Bokashi for the first time, and I never heard about this before. So I was curious. So
yeah,
here we are, because I found it a very interesting system, actually. Uh, this is how it looks like. Um, the bin inside the bin, a
hmm
recently started Bokashi bin. Food scraps are raised on a perforated plate to drain runoff and are partially covered by a layer of bran. So
There's rhododendron blossoms in the pan, and then we'll put in some eggshells, and then cover that. Let the heat do its work. Yeah, that's so basically, I think is what they're selling is like a powder to help everything get started. Is that what they're selling?
Well, yeah, it's
Like,
I'm not. It's like sourdough, for example. It's a starter to
Uh-huh.
get the system
Okay.
going.
That's cool.
The process is
Specifically
typically,
designed or
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The process is typically applied to food waste from households, workplaces, and catering establishments
Oh
because
yeah.
such waste normally holds a good proportion of carbohydrates. It's applied to other organic waste by supplementing carbohydrates and hence lactic acid production. Recipes for large scale bokashi in horticulture often include rice and molasses or sugar. Any carbohydrate poor waste stream would benefit from this. Homolactic fermentation can process significantly more kinds of food waste than home composting. Even items such as cooked leftovers, meat and skin, fat, cheese, and citrus waste are in effect pre digested to enable soil life to consume them. Large pieces may take longer to ferment, and concave surfaces
Mhm.
may trap air, in which cases cutting down is advised in support
Okay.
literature. Uh,
Yeah,
Pieces of
makes
input
sense.
are discarded if they are already badly rotten or show green or black mold. These harbor
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
putrefying
Bad.
organisms which may overwhelm the fermentation.
Okay.
this all makes sense. Well,
Yeah, that
remember what
makes
I said
sense.
about the mold or about the mold earlier, Bob? Right. So
Yeah. Yeah. Mold is dangerous.
Yeah, it is.
yeah, I don't want to.
Hey,
I don't want to
Myra,
handle it if I
good to
don't have
see
to.
you.
Mm-mm.
Hi, Meyer, and second star. Can't forget second
Hello,
star.
Myra.
Yeah, and Liselotte says it's like sawdust.
Okay.
Well, I guess it goes without saying, like even with this, the smaller it is, it probably does it faster. The pieces, right? You know,
Yeah,
if you can
that
break
makes
that
sense.
corn cob in half, yeah, it probably would help.
Mm-hmm.
Well, because even if the microbes are doing stuff with it or whatever, then you give it more surface area. Then there's less air bubbles, for example, right?
Yeah.
You're talking about that concave area. You probably would watch out for that. That way, it actually does its thing. So,
Yeah.
Uh,
I thought of
for
using. Sorry. Go ahead.
preparedness veteran, here in Sweden, you can get a bin uh, for 500 crowns. So that would be around maybe, I don't know what it will be in pounds, um, but 500 um, in my currency. So
mm,
so 500 would be around 50 pounds or something, if I'm correct. I'm not I'm not sure, but probably. Um, Emissions, carbon, gases, and energy. Uh, Homolactic fermentation and similar anaerobic fermentation pathways in general provide a very small amount of energy to the cell compared to the aerobic process. In homolactic fermentation, two ATP molecules are made when one glucose molecule produced by digesting complex carbohydrates is converted to two lactic acid molecules, only 1/15 of what aerobic respiration provides. The process will also halt before all available carbohydrates are used, as the acidity ends up inhibiting all bacteria. As a result, a Bokashi bucket barely heats up and remains at ambient temperature. As a
Well, that's
waste
good.
processing, as a waste processing technique, Bokashi is notable
Mhm.
in that minimal loss of mass in the form of off-gassing happens. Compost, which is aerobic, burns up much of the carbon into carbon dioxide to sustain the metabolism of microbes as it matures. Biogas production does not burn the carbon, but the bacterial culture is optimized to extract the carbon in the form of methane, a potent greenhouse gas and a useful fuel. In addition, compost can also lose the key plant nutrient nitrogen in the potent greenhouse gas nitrous oxide in and in ammonia, while Bokashi almost does not.
It sounds perfect for residential use, especially since it doesn't generate a lot of heat. That's very good. Very good.
Yeah, you just have to kind of keep it warm above freezing,
Hmm.
at least. It's probably going to be probably like 50 Fahrenheit or something like that. You know, you just keep it.
Yeah.
So I'm not keeping this outside in the wintertime, that's for sure. That's not happening.
Not a bad price, £39. Okay, I was pretty close.
Hmm.
For Bokashi bin set of two natural indoor kitchen composter with 1 kilo Bokashi brand. The Bokashi bins look a tad small. Wonder how big of a garden it will sustain. I'm thinking the small grower. For a small grower, it would probably, let's say if you have a balcony and you live in an apartment,
Yeah. Yeah.
one bin would be good enough for that. Hey, Kaylin. Good
Hey,
to see
Kaylin.
you.
Hello, Kaylin.
It's always nice to see her here.
Well, that's a pretty good process, especially for an apartment. Somebody in apartments who has a balcony garden. That's very good.
Yeah,
Yeah. Garden Warrior Q has been doing something similar to this for in homemade setup. You know,
yeah.
very clever lady.
Uh, Runoff. When fermentation begins, physical structures start to break down and release some of the input's water content as a liquid runoff.
Hmm.
Over time, this constitutes more than 10% of the input by weight. The quantity varies with the input. For example, cucumber and melon flesh led to a noticeable increase. The liquid leaches out a valuable fraction of proteins, nutrients, and lactic acid. To recover them and to avoid drowning the fermentation, runoff is captured from the fermentation vessel either through a tap into a base of absorbent material such as biochar or waste cardboard or into a lower chamber. The runoff is sometimes called bokashi tea. The uses of bokashi tea are not the same as those of compost tea. It is used most effectively when diluted and sprinkled over a targeted area of soil to feed the soil ecosystem. Dilution makes it less acidic and thus less dangerous to plants. Dilution also causes more acid to convert into lactate, which is an attractive food for soil microbes. Other uses are either potentially damaging, feeding plants with acidic water, or wasteful, cleaning drains with nutrients, feeding plants with nutrients in a form they cannot take up. Um, and the volumes, household containers, bokashi bins, typically give a batch size of 5 to 10 kilograms, 11 to 22 pounds. This is accumulated over a few weeks of regular additions. Each regular addition is best accumulated in a caddy because it's recommended that one opens the bokashi bin no more frequently than once per day to let anaerobic conditions predominate. In horticultural settings, batches can be orders of magnitude greater. Uh, Silage technology may be usable if it's adapted to capture runoff. An industrial scale technique mimics the windows of large scale composting, except that bokashi windrows are compacted, covered tightly, and left undisturbed, all to promote anaerobic conditions. One study suggests that such windrows lose only minor amounts of carbon, energy, and nitrogen.
Huh. A lot of chemistry to this stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Mhm.
But
Well, yeah.
but it's interesting.
Well,
It's
yeah,
an
with
interesting
carbon.
concept. It's an interesting system. Kaylin says, I recently upgraded to a tote for compost from the bucket I was using on my deck. The bucket is now home for my moringa seeds. I can store more compost that way. That's good,
Good.
Kaylin.
Very good. Very good.
That's good, Kaylin. Increase the surface area too. So
Yeah. Hey, RG Arizona, good to see you.
hello, RG.
I have a small bucket under my kitchen sink that I put my spent coffee grounds and fruit and veggie scrap in. Then I
Mhm.
empty that into the big one when it's full. That's awesome.
Oh, speak of coffee grounds. Speak
Oh
of
yeah.
coffee grounds.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not joking. I'm not joking.
I agree with you about that, preparedness veteran.
There you go, CR. Mhm.
Yeah, I'm not even joking.
Yep.
Yeah. Um,
Doing things like this is how I grew up. My parents came from the Great Depression in the 1930s, and nothing was wasted. Like our table scraps when we had a dog, we'd feed the dog and the cat table scraps. You know,
yeah.
uh,
Mhm, mhm, mhm. Well, keep going, Shadow.
Yeah.
This is getting interesting. This is getting interesting.
Hygiene. Bokashi is inherently hygienic in the following senses. Lactic acid is a strong natural bactericide with well known antimicrobial properties. It is an active ingredient of some toilet cleaners. As more is produced, it eventually suppresses even its own makers. The acid-resistant lactobacilli, such as that bokashi, fermentation eventually slows and stops itself. There
Oh,
is also evidence that mesophilic ambient temperature fermentation kills eggs of the Ascaris worm, a parasite of humans, in 14 days. The fermentation bin does not release smells when it's closed. A household bin is only open for a minute or so to add and inoculate input via the lid or to drain runoff with a tap. At these times, the user encounters the sour odor of lactofermentation, often described as a pickle, which is much less offensive than the odor of decomposition. When closed, an airtight fermentation bin cannot attract insects. Bokashi literature claims that scavengers dislike the fermented matter and avoid it in gardens.
oh, very good, very good.
Yeah, that is really good, isn't it?
Hmm. Yeah, that's one thing that prevents me from having an open compost box. Is oh, if I do, it'll only be grass and leaves, but I know it does better if you
Mhm.
put food scraps in it, and I can't really do that here with the amount of raccoons that we have because they'll scatter that stuff everywhere.
Dig underneath or yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But what we did was some of our food scraps after we didn't have a dog and a cat anymore, growing up anyway. Um, Dad took a plastic garbage can and he cut the bottom of it out. And we used that things for like corn cobs and table scraps, all that food. You know, it had a
Yeah.
closing lid so the raccoons couldn't get into it and the worms could get inside of it. And man, that made some of the thickest, richest compost. And we'd add that to the already grass clippings and leaves and corn stalks and all that. It really worked
Mhm.
well, but you got to keep the vermin out of it. You know.
The activity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Uh,
Mhm. Until
PB
it breaks down some more.
says, will plants
Yeah.
get used to adapt to this compost? Will there be any detrimental effect on the plants if you suddenly run out of bokashi? Actually, this system is pretty new to me, so
Well, I haven't done it either.
I think the plants will get used to that type of compost pretty quick.
I mean, if you're
I
adding
don't think.
water with it too, right? If you're
Yeah.
watering it down, and I think it would be still fine.
Um,
Asking for a friend.
yeah. Uh, Addition to soil, fermented bokashi is added to a suitable area of soil. The approach usually recommended by suppliers of household bokashi is along the lines of dig a trench in the soil in your garden, add the waste, and cover over. In
Oh, okay.
practice, regularly finding suitable sites for trenches that will later underlie plants is difficult in an established plot. To address this, an
Yeah.
alternative is a soil factory. This is a bounded area of soil into which several loads of bokashi preserves are mixed over time. Amended soil can be taken from it for use elsewhere. It may be of any size. It may be permanently sited or in a rotation. It may be enclosed, wire netted, or covered to keep out surface animals. Spent soil or compost and organic amendments such as biochar may be added as may non-fermented material, in which case the boundary between bokashi and composting becomes blurred. A proposed alternative is to homogenize and potentially dilute the preserve into a slurry which is spread on the soil surface. This approach requires energy from for homogenization, but logically, from the characteristics set out above, should confer several advantages through roughly oxidizing the preserve, disturbing no deeper layers except by increased worm action, being
Mhm.
as little used to scavenging animals applicable to large areas, and, if done repeatedly, able to sustain a more extensive soil ecosystem.
That was mouthful.
That
That
was
was a
a
mouthful.
hmm
So
Could be a
everyone
good
is everyone
tip
following
for a
along?
composting toilet.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
still following
maybe,
along.
maybe.
I suppose it would be. It wouldn't hurt.
Well, you can make an experiment and try and see if it
Yeah.
works. That's the only way to find out,
Yeah.
actually.
hmm
Yeah, knowing by doing.
Yeah. Uh, was thinking it could affect soil pH. I don't think it would affect it that much. I don't think so. I'm not really sure about that, but um, now we have the history of it. The practice of bokashi is believed to have
Well,
its
I was
earliest
thinking about
roots
the.
in ancient Korea. This
Oh,
traditional form ferments waste directly in soil, relying on native bacteria and on careful burial of for an anaerobic environment. A modernized horticultural method called Korean natural farming includes fermentation by indigenous microorganisms. Uh, IM or IMO harvested locally but has numerous other elements too. A commercial Japanese Bokashi method was developed by Toru Higa in 1982 under the EM trademark, short for effective microorganisms. EM became the best known form of Bokashi worldwide, mainly in household use, claiming to have reached over 120 countries, while none have disputed that EM starts homolactic fermentation and hence produces a soil amendment. Other claims have been contested robustly. Controversy relates partly to other uses, such as direct inoculation of soil with EM and direct feeding of EM to animals, and partially to whether the soil amendments effects are due simply to the energy and nutrient values of the fermented material rather than to particular microorganisms. Arguably, EM's heavy focus on microorganisms have diverted scientific attention away from both the Bokashi process as a whole and the particular roles in it of lactic acid, lactate, and soil life above the bacterial level. Uh, so that was a little bit of the history. So
yeah.
that was interesting.
So it's been in practice for a long time then.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
obviously. Eh, and I never heard about Bokashi before until the last month. So
Interesting.
yeah, so that is interesting. So
I've heard about it, but I've heard
hmm
about this. Never really dived into it.
uh, some organisms in EM, specifically photosynthetic bacteria and yeast, appear to be logically superfluous, as they will first be suppressed by the dark and anaerobic environment of homolactic fermentation, then killed by its lactic acid Consequently, practitioners have sought to reduce costs and to widen the scale of operations. Success has been reported with self-harvested microorganisms tested for lactofermentation. Lactobacilli alone without other EM microorganisms. Useful sources include acid whey from yogurt and sauerkraut juice. Alternative
Mm.
Huh.
substrates for inoculants such as newsprint, homemade airtight fermentation vessels, larger scale than a household, for example, a group of small farmers. No intentional addition of microbes at all, similar to the original Korean method. The resulting mixture will smell worse as acetic acid, propanoic acid, and butyric acid can form instead of lactic acid, but works equally well as soil amendment.
Yeah, you take that and add in some earthworms, and presto, you've got some good composting material. Very good. Huh.
Yeah,
I tell you, the magic thing with all the compost is earthworms. Those guys, they know what they're doing. They're such a simple creature, but they're so necessary to life.
yeah, I
Well, if
agree.
you think about it, it's all the bugs too.
Yeah, that's true.
It's all the
Yep.
bugs in the soil, the ants, the worms, the
Mm-hmm.
spiders and all that stuff. Yeah, they all help it with it.
Uh, I should do like this. Anything that will enhance the soil or feed the plants will be a great asset commodity to have, particularly in a situation where clean, uncontaminated soil is hard to come by. And kaolin is wormless.
Well, Shadow, remember what I said earlier to you before the stream started in the backstage where I was mentioning like if you did had you couldn't get rid of your food waste traditional way, let's
Yeah,
say in a can or whatever, right? Something like that to keep in mind, and knowing ways to do this might help. So you don't have just smelly food all over the place, or
Mm-hmm.
in the front of your place, or the back alley, or whatever these places you have in the dumpster,
Tammy.
or in your apartment. You can do something with it.
hey Tammy, good to see you.
Hi, Tammy.
Um, the main use of bokashi that is described above is to recover value from organic waste by converting it into a soil amendment. In Europe, food and drink material that is sent to an animal feed does not legally constitute waste because it is regarded as redistribution. This may apply to bokashi made from
Yeah.
food because it enters the soil food web and furthermore is inherently pathogen free. A side effect of diverting organic waste to the soil food web is to divert it away from local waste management streams and their associated costs of collection and disposal. To encourage this, for example, most UK local authorities subsidize household bokashi starter kits through a national home composting framework. I didn't know that, so that was a new information to me. Uh, Another side effect is to increase the organic carbon content of the amended soil. Some of this is a relatively long term carbon sink insofar as the soil ecosystem creates humus, and some is temporary for as long as the richer ecosystem is sustained by measures such as permanent planting, no-till cultivation, and organic mulch. An example of these measures is seen at the Ferme de Bec Hellouy in France. Um, I butchered that probably. Um, Bokashi would therefore have potential uses in enabling communities to speed up the conversion of land from chemical to organic horticulture and agriculture, to regenerate degraded soil, and to develop urban and peri-urban horticulture close to the sources of input. The antipathogenic nature of bokashi is applied to sanitation, in particular to the treatment of feces. Equipment and supplies to treat pet feces are sold commercially, but do not always give prominence to the hygiene risks. Treatment of human feces for soil amendment has been extensively studied, notably with the use of biochar, a soil improver in its own right, to remove odors and retain nutrients. Social acceptability is a major obstacle, but niche markets such as emergency aid sanitation, outdoor events, and temporary workplaces may develop the technology into a disruptive innovation. So that says
Hmm.
a lot of things
So
about Bokashi.
Korea must have that on an industrial scale, because I do searches and I looked into recycling in Korea, Japan, other countries, anything. And I saw a couple people in an apartment residence, how they handle their recycling in Korea, and they're given these plastic bags for all kinds of different things that we don't recycle here in the States. And one of them was food waste. And they make it so efficient and so simple. Different colored bags where you put your food waste in it, and then you just take it out of the apartment down to the ground floor and drop it into a bin. So Korea must have this on an industrial scale to be able to amend their farmland. Very good, very good.
Yeah.
Kind of puts the pieces of the puzzles together. Because hello, Huga.
Hey, Huga,
Hi,
good to see
Hugo.
you.
Hi, Hugo.
I put the link to the Wikipedia in the chat too, so
Yeah, you can
everybody
read more
can
about
take a
it.
look at it. And it is also in the description box, but it's good to have it on two places. Uh, it says also, see also Korean natural farming. So
And one thing I found was interesting was locally here, because the blue yard waste bin that we put out on the curve every 2 weeks. Um, I found out what they do with all of that, and all of it gets picked up by garbage trucks, and then it gets run through a grinder, and grinds it all up, everything, leaves, tree stumps, everything. Then they take it by the semi truck out on the peninsula, and there's an enormous industrial facility there that they lay this stuff out in rows by the dump truck full. And they let it sit there and do its thing for a while. Then they'll come by with a machine that rototills it and stirs it all up from ground all the way up. And shortly after that, they'll cover it with like a plastic sheeting, and the heat is held inside so that it kills all seeds and roots of anything that's invasive. And they have people go out there and temperature monitor, and from there then they mix it all up again, and then they can sell that off to topsoil companies who will
Or give
mix
it
it
away.
with sand.
Or give it
Yeah,
away.
yeah, they do. Yep. Who mix it up
Yeah,
with
yeah,
sandy
yeah.
loam, and now you've got topsoil coming from homes from all over the Northwest. It's interesting.
Well, can I just chime in real quick here? That would be the industrial scale of composting where acres and acres,
Mhm.
as far as you can see, kind of deal, right? Yeah. When
Yeah,
it's that
exactly what
big,
it is.
it heats
Mhm.
up really fast.
Uh-huh.
Like after it's done, when you get that compost, it's still steaming hot. That's how
Yeah.
hot it is.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's really hot.
Yeah, I
It's gonna
watched it.
be like that 160 Fahrenheit zone, maybe like that 60 Celsius, right? So it's
Mhm.
really, really warm.
Instructional guide. Well,
Yeah,
Yeah, like what?
Bokashi Composting, a step-by-step instructional guide. Um,
Hmm.
I find this. Uh,
Can you
this,
send me that
this
link directly to me for this one?
for this one.
Yes, please. You can do it later. It's fine. You don't have to do it right now, but
Well, I can put it.
so yeah. I say, Bob, it's just like what you and me do, but in a smaller scale, right? We're just doing it.
yeah,
It's almost
right,
the same thing,
right.
but much smaller scale,
Uh-huh. Mhm.
right? Very localized, right? So
Yeah.
when
Yeah,
those industrial systems aren't available, you can still do this locally, right?
yeah. Uh,
You know,
Bokashi composting is an anaerobic fermentation process that relies on inoculated bran to ferment kitchen waste, including meat and dairy, into a safe soil builder and nutrient-rich tea for your plants. Um, so I think, in general, it is a really good system, actually,
Yeah.
because you benefit, you get a good soil, and you get nutrient water from it.
Mhm.
So that is
I
awesome.
guess it goes. I guess it goes without saying you don't need water with it
That's a
to a
a
certain
real
degree.
bonus there. Yeah, that's a real
Yeah,
bonus. Mhm.
yeah, it is, uh, especially when you don't have any nutrient for your plants. You have it, you get it for free, basically, in your Bokashi. So
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you
you
have to
guys
still have to wait a little bit, but you know, in
look
time it
into
will come.
that. Look into that a little bit about recycling in Korea. Man, they recycle like even used clothing, old clothing. They have separate bags for all of that. You know, very
yeah,
clever.
Yeah,
Very
unlike here.
yeah, yeah. Unlike like here, we just got household cardboard and tin cans and all
Yeah, I
that, and
know.
then yard waste,
Maybe some
and
glass,
that's it. Yeah, they
glass.
omitted the glass from our regular curbside recycling here, CR,
Oh, okay.
because
Uh,
I guess this stuff
Too
gets sorted
dangerous.
through by yes, yes, yeah,
Yeah,
but if,
because people can't handle it.
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
People were getting
yeah,
injured.
yeah. Too
In
much. So
Bokashi composting, food scraps of all kinds, including those that are banned from traditional composting methods like meat and dairy products, are mixed with some of the inoculated bran, pressed into the Bokashi bucket, covered with another handful of bran, and tightly covered. When the bucket is full, it is sealed shut and set aside for 10 to 12 days.
Huh.
yeah. So
Yeah,
like I said, it takes time. It still takes time.
Hmm.
yeah, it still
You're
takes
not
time,
getting this like
but
today. Yeah, still all
you,
this takes time.
no, it doesn't go overnight, but it the
Eventually,
process is
eventually.
probably quicker than a normal compost.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. It sounds like it is.
Uh, yeah, and the more you read about Bokashi, you find you find it very. It gets more interesting the more you read about it. So,
Hmm.
uh, every other day. During that time, you can use the handy spigot in the Bokashi bucket to drain the liquid, which is an inevitable byproduct of this composting process. This liquid is also known as Bokashi tea and is an invaluable asset for your house plants since it is packed with nutrients. Um, when it comes to looking after bokashi draining, this liquid is all that's needed. This makes it a quick, cheap, and easy process every home gardener should learn, and how guide lays out everything you'll ever need to do bokashi composting properly at home. When the bucket is opened, the food waste through recognizable is thoroughly pickled. At this stage, the pre-compost can be buried in a fallow spot in the garden. One caution, it is still so acidic that plant roots should not come in contact with it for 2 or 4 weeks. Um, if you always wanted to learn how to compost at home but found it too intimidating, Bokashi is the perfect place to start. Learn everything you need to know about Bokashi in this complete guide. Um,
So yeah, so basically, like I said, you need water with this system,
Mhm.
or it helps, right? I guess, right? Because I guess you have to dilute it a little, tad, or water it in, I guess, right?
yeah, I'm gonna put that link in the chat as well.
Be right back, guys.
Yeah,
All right.
okay, no problem. You get the solar panels installed on your camper. That's awesome.
Yay, see.
So, CR, what do you
Yeah,
think
go.
so far about this system?
Yeah, this sounds interesting. I guess providing that you have the water, really, you can keep the system going. And
Yeah,
something to kind of start this started. So as long as you have those two inputs, a container to put scraps, it'll probably come easy, that part. But as long as you have the water and something to start it, I guess you're good.
Tammy says you don't water it. The rice bran is soaked before you start. Yeah,
Oh, my headset's dying.
yeah, I
I thought it
figured.
was gonna get in there half an hour. Ah, I'll be right. Well, I'll wait for Bob to come back first.
Yeah. Um, what is bokashi? The term bokashi is a Japanese word that means fermented organic matter. Um, Bokashi is essentially a system that pickles your food waste
You guys hear
before
me?
it turns
Yeah.
into
Okay.
nutritious liquid compost ready to put back into the garden soil. Um, to start with bokashi, you'll need a medium. The bokashi host medium can be almost any fine organic grain or grass-like substance: bran, rice, wheat, mill, run, WMR, a waste product from flour milling, used mushroom growth, medium dried leaves, or even sawdust. Uh, they're all added to your bokashi bucket that comes with a spigot to drain the liquid that occurs due to this anaerobic composting process.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike traditional composting, which is an aerobic process that requires oxygen for the composting process to work, bokashi is an anaerobic process that requires isolating the materials as much as possible from oxygen. Um,
So this is why it said earlier, or when you were reading, don't open it more than once a day. I guess you would
Yeah,
open it, put it and kind of leave it. All right, it's probably good.
yeah.
Okay.
This
So
means the
you would
bucket should
probably make
only be
batches.
opened to add scraps, not to inspect the contents regularly. The Bokashi
Yeah,
system
you
has
kind of
many
open it,
benefits.
put it in, and close it.
Yeah, over traditional composting methods because it's not only cheaper but also faster to do while producing fermented material that gives off less odor and is easier to maintain. Um, But that's not all. The best part about Bokashi is that you can use many kitchen scraps and organic waste that you can't otherwise use in traditional composting, including meat and dairy products, fruits and vegetables, cooked and uncooked food, eggs, bread, coffee grounds, leaves, wilted flowers, etc. So that is a really good system when you can use that, because in a traditional compost you can't use some of the meats or dairy products. You can't. So that is a lot of advantages to use a Bokashi system for that.
Tammy, do you want me to put a compost facility down there in the basement for you?
Where'd that come from, Bob?
Oh, she's just waiting. She's just waiting until I get the basement all set up for her.
I have done this, but I have a mentor that does it. He has an amazing garden. Yeah, I believe he has.
Mm-hmm.
Well, perhaps I will
I
try
haven't.
this.
Sorry, autocorrect hates me. Okay.
You're okay, Tam? Oh, Tammy.
Yeah, the autocorrect is terrible. I don't like autocorrect. It messed things up.
Here you go, guys. Here
Thanks,
you go.
Bob. Thanks, Bob.
Yeah,
Thanks, Bob.
here you go.
Thanks.
I want to show you this CR.
I'm not looking at the screen. I'm not looking at the screen.
I want to show you this CR. You see that?
I know.
That's
I'm not looking. I'm not
That's
looking. I'm not looking.
That's a pea pod that I grew in those potted plants out.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I picked those yesterday, handed them off to Mrs., and she put it in the stir fry. So, hungry, CR? Nice and crisp. Oh my God, delicious.
For Bokashi,
I'll be
you will
back.
need Bokashi brand and a Bokashi bucket that comes with a spigot. This medium is inoculated with beneficial microbes that flourish in anaerobic acidic environments, but smell less foul than do those in unfettered natural anaerobic conditions. To prepare the inoculant, a brew that will attract the appropriate bacterial strain is prepared. The host material is immersed in it, and the microbes are allowed to ferment. Molasses provide an energy source for the microbes, which reproduce wildly for several days. Once the fermentation stage is over, the inoculated host can be dried, packaged, and stored for long periods. Though this is a simplified version of a process that requires several steps, it does describe what we buy when we buy Bokashi. The bacteria belong primarily to three strains: yeasts, I can't even pronounce that name. Bacteria that produce lactic acids, lactobacillus, and phototrophic purple non-sulfur bacteria. These are bacteria, like them, are active organisms in yogurt and in silage. The fermented hay that is produced all over the world as livestock feed smells sour or fermented, but none produce a smell nearly as foul as those associated with natural anaerobic processes. Seer is always hungry. Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
I
Any
wonder
other?
why.
just sit back and supper. Yep. Mm-hmm.
No, more like sit back and supper.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but I think it's a useful system. Um,
It is. Yeah.
because
Hmm.
you have so much benefits from it. If you compare it to a traditional compost,
Well, you could be doing both too if you want.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it doesn't hurt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, maybe you want to do both. You can.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Do both.
Hmm. Maybe you have a really big scale compost, and you have a bin for the other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
To give the nutrients to the soil to the plants, and hopefully not have to import in fertilizer or buy it or something like that.
Exactly. Save cost. Uh-huh.
Hmm. Well, it's not just to save costs. You use things locally, which shortens the. As long as you can input in the food material, you're still good.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. So, yeah, there can be a lot of benefits to this. I mean, in composting in general, I should say. You just have to give it time. And, maybe start it along if you want.
Yeah.
yeah,
My goal with recycling of anything that I can, I want as little as possible going in the trash can. I want
Mm-hmm. Well,
as much as I possibly can.
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I
That's a
guess it goes
good
without.
idea.
I guess it goes without saying what happened in France earlier. Well, I don't know how it is now, but these are things that can happen with strikes and stuff like that. If your garbage is on the curb the whole time,
Mm-hmm.
that will probably attract the birds, to attract the raccoons a lot more, especially if
Everything.
it
Yes,
piles
sir.
up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you have a way to deal with it, so rodents and such, pests or whatever can't get to it, regardless if you want to do this in a dry state or a wet state, right? Just so it breaks down far enough where, hey, they're not even get to it now, because now it's like they can't tell. It's like it's crumbs or somebody they can't recognize the pest. Yeah.
Uh, Despite its roots in traditional practices here in the West, Bokashi is the new kid on the home composting block. To a large extent, it has yet to prove itself. Uh, while there's a huge body of independent scientific work
Mm-hmm.
establishing the many virtues of both regular compost and vermicompost,
Mm-hmm.
no such body of work yet exists for Bokashi. To a large extent, its virtues are still being tutored by the people who developed it in the 80s and who are marketing it today. Most of the studies cited by these companies, especially by the US company with the close ties to Higa, appear to have been presented exclusively at the conferences his group sponsored and to have been published exclusively on his websites. Um, However, there have been several articles in the popular press and numerous testimonials in composting blogs. Um, how to use bokashi. While the most common use for bokashi is as an inoculant in an anaerobic composting, it can be also be added to an aerobic compost pile, added directly to soil, or used to create compost tea for watering plants. Let's look at exactly how you can get started with bokashi, including how to maintain it, troubleshoot it for any potential issues. So, it's a good system, and I mean, and, so, and as usual with all systems, there will pop up potential issues, no matter what. So,
Well, it's certainly worth a try. I
yeah.
think. Mhm.
Yeah, I agree. Bokashi is probably one of the least expensive composting systems around. A commercial Bokashi bucket consists of a 5 pound plastic bin with a tight fitting lid on top and a spigot near the bottom. Um, this may seem a bit steep at almost $50, but that spigot might be the difference between a process that's easy and one that's unmanageable. Um, the liquid, liquid, some words I can't even pronounce. I probably butcher. Needs to be poured off, and lifting a 5 pound bucket full of soggy food scraps and its run off is beyond many. A kitchen blaster might be useful for this otherwise messy process. Um, I think that it's a worth to try. Well, because it's a cheap system, less expensive.
I see one thing with this as I think about this a little bit more. You need a container to hold the liquid. You need a system to actually hold it in, regardless if it's a 5 gallon or something like that. So some containers, like the garbage bin, may not do it. May not, you know.
The liquid you can pour it over. Uh, you can probably pour it over to another jar or plastic
Yeah.
5 liter jug or something. Uh, you can
Yeah, and you
store it
would
that way.
yeah, and you would mix it in gradually with water as you're watering around.
Yeah.
So yeah, the system definitely needs a container that can hold a liquid or a substantial amount of liquid, probably with a lid or something to keep a lid on. Okay.
But as a system, I think it's worth to try at least.
It certainly is. Yeah, I'm sure it is worth trying. Why not?
Yeah, I was when I checked out the system when I heard about it first. I was thinking of you, Bob. because you like a system like this. That is your style.
Yeah, that is my style. Small scale, self-reliant, self-sufficient. Yeah.
Mhm, mhm. Or you could do both, right, Bob?
Yeah.
Bob will just probably do both anyways.
Yeah, someday, if I get some raised beds or in the ground gardening, then I'll increase the volume. But right now, it's only our first year in this house to be able to grow anything, and it's going to be small scale for the first year, maybe two.
Well, it's not just that. It's since it's your first year, you don't know what's in the soil or not in the soil. So as you're adding in more, the time it'll start to increase the organic matter, the stuff in the ground over time for you.
Yeah, especially
Yeah,
with me taking all my junk mail and chipping it up in a blender, and I just throw it out in the grass, and during the rainy season, oh man, that paper doesn't last any time at all. It goes right down to the soil, and the worms eat it, and it's gone. So I'm trying to build the soil constantly.
I see. I think this is one of the reasons why I think this dry method works so well for you, because you actually get enough rain outside.
Yeah,
It just naturally just goes in. Kind of just gets watered in. I don't get that much rain.
Mhm.
and the best of all is this system is simple.
Uh-huh.
It's not complicated.
Well, it's very smart because you could use it in an apartment anywhere. Very smart.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So from a prepper perspective, it's a very good system.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you got to remember, most of the population in the West is apartments and suburban. That's where most of the population lives. So it is a good idea. It is a good thing to look into.
Yeah, yeah. I think you should look into that a little bit more, Bob, and see what you can do.
Mhm.
And I think your garden would like it at the end.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my neighbors! I was really happy to see my neighbors. The guy who was a tank driver in the first Gulf War. His son came over, and him and his son were setting up some PVC raised beds. So I guess he's going to try gardening. You know,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
which was a really good thing.
Yeah, now's the good time to start if you haven't already,
Uh-huh.
because it takes time to kind of get something nicely going. Not just the soil, but like everything in general, like the plants and all this
It
stuff,
sure
right?
does. Yeah.
If you want to have perennials, today's the perfect day to start. Not tomorrow, but today, right?
Right now. Yeah.
Yeah, because some of them take like a whole years to develop, right?
I'll
So the
see.
best time is now.
What is that they call where some people will put scrap tree branches and all that in the bottom of the raised beds? Is that permaculture? Is that what they call it?
Well, I think they do it just so it gives it like a carbon aspect, and so because let's say like topsoil or compost is expensive by the volume,
Yeah.
right? So it's just to fill it in, because it would be very expensive, right, to bring in like twice as much in to fill the whole thing all the way, right? It's just a filler, like right at the bottom kind of filler. Well, usually a lot of people put that in as a filler because the roots might not dig all the way down a foot, all right? So they won't quite reach that. And that does help to, give it a little bit of time to break down in there,
Yeah, it's also a good way. He's got quite a few tree limbs and things like that stacked up in the back of his backyard. That's just kind of rotting. Maybe I'll see next time I speak with him. I'll tell him about how some people will take that rotting wood and throw it in the bottom and
Yeah, as long as you
cover it.
know it's a fairly good source, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of know what's in it, you know, and stuff like that.
Yeah, who was it? Who did that recently with him and his son? Was a black American guy. Not micro farmer or JBL, I think. Him and his son set up some raised beds, and that's the first thing they did was a bunch of tree trimmings and threw it in the bottom, and stacked it all up before he put the soil in. That's a cute Amazon driver.
Yeah, I think it's more for as a filler. And it'll gradually add nutrients in time, but it'll take a while to add the nutrients in. It's probably more for a filler, just so you don't have to use so much topsoil or
Hello. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, the Amazon driver is looking good.
Yeah.
Yummy, yummy, yummy. That's all I can do is just look. Just look. That's all I can do.
I'm hungry. I mean, for food, I'm mad. Never mind. All right, just kidding. So, Bob, can I ask you a question? Oh, sorry. I was just going to ask you, Bob, how much have you? Do you think you put into the ground or added in? Because I think I've been adding quite a bit, but more would be nice.
Oh, well, in the lawn, the grass is where I'm adding all the chip paper and stuff like that. I mean, boy,
yeah, I've added 1,000 sheets in.
Yeah,
like
I would say at least a couple 100 pounds since we moved in the end of last summer. Probably 200 pounds of cardboard.
Oh, okay. So
and paper.
Yeah. So that stuff you started last year is
right at the end of last summer.
Pretty broken down now.
Oh, it's gone.
Now.
Oh
yeah. Now, well, not only it's gone, but it's probably broken down by now too. It's been long enough too.
I remember I kind of monitored a little bit because I took all my divorce paperwork and it's back. That's
great
back
way to reuse.
Oh yeah, and I soaked it in water and chipped it all up and poured it out on the grass, and you cannot tell where that paper was, and that was at the end of last summer. It's gone. It's completely gone. All you see is a bunch of worm castings because they came up and ate it.
Well, yeah, because you've also increased the surface area and made it a little bit. Give them a head start.
Yeah,
where they can just pull it away, right? They don't actually have to try.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah. They don't have no effort. They don't come out of the soil. They just sit underneath there and eat it. And,
yeah, exactly. And next thing you know, it's gone. Because I've noticed that before with these time lapses. People have shown that with vermicultures and other stuff. If you increase the surface area, it actually goes way, way faster.
Oh yeah,
it just
in
comparison to a whole piece.
I got hundreds of pounds of cardboard and paper in my grass in the back. But I switched methods. I'm not going to do it wet anymore, and pour it out on a slop because most of it was consumed over the winter, but some of it was not. So what I had to do with the top layer is pry it off of the ground, which it didn't have any grass or anything growing underneath it. It stifled everything. And then I flipped it up onto the grass and ran it over with my lawnmower. So I've switched methods from making it into a soup and to dry only. That's something I learned.
Yeah, because I don't like that almost like a slurry. It kind of not mats, but come on. Carpets the top.
Yeah,
it just doesn't work as well.
Yeah, it really stifled the natural grass growth, and I used this big this big secondhand pot for the wet method, and I think it has its place. I think it does have
Yeah,
its
it does.
place,
It does.
but
It does.
not in the grass, I would say. I suppose if you have a garden that you rototilled, you could pour this stuff wet all over it and let it sit all winter and then rototill it. But in the grass, I switched to dry processing only.
Well, see, this is what I do the dry processes because I just water it. I mean, like pretty much, I like because like I said back in my spring prep video that I do this early in the spring, right after snow, and right before the end of the fall, before the snow comes back in. So, because it gives me access to the ground, so I kind of just drop it and dig and drop or broadcast it out, and it's just like.
Yes, Lizelot, it is.
All right. That is rhododendron blossoms, and they're going to get dropped into my super heavy duty blender.
Yeah. A blender is just kind of helping the process here.
Oh, you bet it is, man. Get the toughest one you can. Look at the wattage that it uses. Is get the highest wattage use, and it's. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Oh, anyway, that's kind of catchy.
Thank you, Lizelot.
I think that was a neighbor's cat going down the side of the house.
It's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. It's music.
Okay, and this is
so yeah. I mean,
that
like,
heavy duty blender.
That long. Yeah, you haven't done this long, and you're already convinced.
Oh yeah, I'm learning, and I'll share out everything that I can possibly can with, about all this stuff. So I'm going to mute my mic, and I'm going to blend this up.
The process itself is about as simple as it gets. Perhaps once a day you mix your kitchen waste, including meats and dairy products, with a layer of Bokashi bran, basically enough to coat it lightly. Then press it into the bin, sprinkle bran over them, and close the lid. Place a plate or a layer of plastic over the pile to help seal it against the little air left in the bucket. Large bones will not, of course, disappear over the course of 10 days. It's recommended to cut up all small bones and even chop other items into small pieces for maximum efficiency. If one of those skip the chopping step, a few extra days fermentation time would probably reduce the larger pieces to roughly fermented mush. You should add up to 2 tablespoons of Bokashi bran for every couple of inches of food waste until the bin is full. When the bin is full, cover it tightly and set it aside somewhere in the house where it's out of the direct sunlight for 10 days or so. Every other day, draw off the liquid Bokashi tea, which can be used as a fertilizer in a very diluted form, or full strength to control slime in drains, pipes, and septic systems. After 10 to 14 days, the waste in the tub should be pickled thoroughly. It can then be dug into a fallow patch of the garden. So, what are you going to say, CR?
I'm just trying to follow along like everyone else here. I'm just trying to follow along and try to make sense of it here.
Yeah.
I mean, most of it I can still understand, but there's these little tiny things I'm like, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, that's what.
I'm not that smart.
While we were sitting here talking, that's 3 eggshells and some rhododendron blossoms. I dried them, ground them up, and I'm going to dry them out again, bring them almost to a burn, and then, it all adds up. It all adds up, guys.
Yeah.
You know,
That's a good
and you,
process. It's
And the other thing that is good with the compost you get from the Bokashi is if you pack it, it doesn't matter if it freezes because when the temperature go up again, the microbes will wake up, get back to life again, and do the thing. So
yeah, but it
that's
doesn't happen when it's frozen though. Does it? What
no.
happened?
But
Yeah, because
when the temperature go up and it warms up, they will wake again, and so that's a good thing.
yeah, I mean, like I said, this is not something I'm storing outside in the garage, unheated garage over the winter. No, not doing that.
yeah.
Probably won't work for that. Okay. So you can't. You're really not keeping it on a balcony or something over the winter. Probably not. Okay.
Well, it's a good system, I think. For
Well, yeah. I mean, both of these systems, pretty much, right? Well, because it's like a form of food preserving, right? Either pickling or fermentation or fruit dehydrating. It's a way to preserve it, and you can store it away until you're ready to use it or ready to add it in. You know, maybe you want to give it another week or space out the watering or how you add it into the ground, right? You know.
Well, that would be pretty cool if it can freeze and not affect it. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because the microbes will wake up when the temperature go up, and they will. They just go in hibernation when it's freezing. So
yeah, that's
when it's
something
frozen,
that all of us who live in the northern climates have to be looking at. The people living in the south don't have a concern.
Yeah, because a lot of times these food scraps, there's issues of the amount, the smell, and pests, the kids or pets getting into it, right? So you gotta
exactly,
yeah, right. Because I know Tammy's still here, and she reminded me. Tammy, you said this one time when you made the particles really small that you didn't have issues with it. I keep noticing that. I'm like, I haven't noticed anything since I made it smaller. I think, and put it in the ground and stuff like that, right? Or even add it on top. I haven't noticed anything like that. It just seems like, it's just too small. Too small for like even, rodents.
what to do after the fermenting process. The statement that the bokashi mixture can be dug into the garden after fermenting for 10 days shouldn't be confused with the statement that the mixture is done. This description of the bin refers to what's produced in 2 weeks as pre-compost. Plant roots should not touch it directly for a week or two, as it is too acidic at this stage. Only after a month. Only after a month
that makes
can
sense.
it be fully incorporated into garden soil.
Yeah.
So
that's what
So after that is pretty quick because a traditional compost takes a much longer time.
Months and months. Yes. Mm-hmm.
So if you have a nice compost after a month, and you need compost quick, you have it there.
Well, that's good stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was like the 12 to 14 days. I'm like, what I've been hearing about it is that it needs like a month. And I'm like, oh, pre-compost. Yeah. That makes sense. It's just like how, what Bob's doing. It's pre-compost. I would not consider it a compost yet because you can still see everything, right? It's not like it totally disappeared or changed to something else.
Well,
it's still noticeable.
It sounds like to me it converts food scraps into something that raccoons won't recognize.
Exactly.
That's what I'm guessing. So you could throw that in your garden and let it sit for a few weeks and just let it be.
Yeah.
Which prior to that, there's no way I'm going to throw any food scraps out in my backyard. No way.
Yeah.
Because I would have everything under the sun coming over the fence trying to eat. That's a good
Well, you
idea.
know what I was thinking about it breaks it down to a certain point where it's harder to recognize and it's harder to smell it out.
Yeah.
So either you do it in fermentation or you dry it and blend it into a powder or something like that. Because I bet if you grounded a bone into powder, you put it out there, it'd be like nothing, right? Because it's so what's the word I'm looking for? Diffused out there, right? It's not just a concentrated piece of bone, right? That has a big smell to it. It's just throughout the whole, let's say, garden or whatever. It's just like, you know, even if they did pick up a piece, it'd be like so small. It'd be like, whatever. It's not even worth it, right?
Have you tried making your own bone meal, CR?
You know what? Not exactly. Not quite.
Okay.
Not quite. But I do know one thing for sure. I can't just put a bone out there in the ground and it won't decompose in 1 year. It's not hot enough here. It's not hot enough here. The winters here are half the year. It would have to be out there for a long time for that breakdown.
Right. I was
But
just
like I
wondering
said, if you grind it, if you increase the surface area, you dramatically decrease that time.
Yeah. I was wondering if you knew of a method of being able to grind your own chicken bones, for example, or how
more
do you
difficult.
clean it and then how do you clean it and then dry it and then grind it?
See, one of the things that I know is that salt, salt like is not good for the ground in terms of in the soil. Yeah, and when I say salt, I mean like table type of salt. So if you think about it in terms of bones, right? If you use it in a broth or you marinate it, there could be sodium in there, which you have to factor in, right? Because you don't want to saturate the ground with salt over time, right? That's probably not a good thing.
Very true.
So it's not good. Yeah, salt's not good for the ground. So you would have to be careful about that. But let's just say, you made something like if it was just right off the bone, it hasn't been marinated or salted, then you probably could try it.
Yeah, that I've been thinking of trying it, but it seems like it's a pretty messy endeavor.
It's not that. Like I said, with the salt.
Yeah.
If you cooked it with salt or soaked it in salt or anything, it'd be in there. It would, it would get watered out as you water it and stuff like that. It's probably not good for the soil in time, especially if you do it a lot of it, right?
Yeah.
Maybe one bone or whatever is one bone, but you put quite a bit out there. It's just like
that would affect your soil. Yes, it would.
In time. So. Because if you look at any on the coastline, right, it's just like the salt water that invades into land, right? There's the difference between that and fresh water. What can grow, like the plants and stuff like that, right? Things along the beach are accustomed to that, but inland, you give it salt, that kind of ocean water, it'd be like,
it'd be disastrous. Yeah. I've heard of people in the past, the Europeans would use seaweed as a fertilizer, but I could imagine that they would have to let that stuff sit out in the rain for a long time to get that salt water out of it. They must have had a process because seaweed is very rich for your soil, but I wonder what their process was to do that. Some of those,
something along the lines of that, right? Something along the lines of
that. Soak it in fresh water or something.
Yeah, because you need to dilute the salts out of it.
You'd have to.
It'd be way too strong. It'd be like like brine. You don't want to add a brine to your ground.
True.
They probably cut the seaweed in small pieces and pour some water over it and let it soak. Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would
You know,
imagine it would be something like that. Increase the surface area the best you can, and like continuously kind of almost like clear it out, and hopefully the water would just pull that salt away. Most of
yeah.
it, anyways.
Or put
Not
it
all
in
of it.
put it into porous baskets and submerge it into a stream, freshwater stream, wash it, and then stack it up, compost it, perhaps something like that.
Yeah.
I've never really looked into it. That'll give me a
I've
project to look into it.
Yeah, I've never looked into specifically that, but yeah.
There are other ways to use the Bokashi compost. Some people feed pickled Bokashi material into their vermicomposting worms, apparently with no problems. Given how acidic the Bokashi process and product are and how sensitive worms can be to acidic environments, it may seem surprising that the worms do not react to fermented feedstock, but apparently it's not a problem. Others put Bokashi pre-compost into their regular composting pile. In gardens, one must remember not to plant anything where the bokashi was buried for at least 2 weeks. Burying it in the compost pile eliminates this need.
Yeah.
It also solves the problem
Okay.
of finding fallow space in small gardens. While
Okay.
it might seem pointless to use the bokashi method if you're just going to throw the stuff on the compost heap anyway, this objection misses an important point. While the material that goes into a bokashi bin would take months to compost in an outdoor pile, the pre-compost breaks down completely in about a month. The acidic nature of bokashi means that one should keep an eye on the pH of the pile, especially if one is adding bokashi frequently.
Also, yeah. So, and again, you would water it down. This compost tends to still an outdoor bin still needs water.
Yeah.
In time.
Good way of looking at it. Remember that pre-compost. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's remember everyone, because just because the water is turning a color doesn't mean everything just leached out of it. No. It's just a small amounts so far. Because if it was like that, then you dip in the water. We'd be using like river water or something like that. It takes time.
It mentions here also how to brew your own bokashi tea.
There we go.
Bokashi tea, aka bokashi juice, is full of nutrients and that improve nitrogen in the soil, thereby increasing plant yields, and it's great for houseplants. The traditional process requires bearing boxes of rice and monitoring fermenting liquids with a thermometer. The recommended host wheat meal run is not something that everyone keeps at the back of the pantry. Just about everyone has old newspapers, however, and these are the host recommended by most experts. Indeed, that version is much simpler all around, requiring no special tools whatsoever and working only with liquids until the newspapers are introduced. The entire operation can be carried out in the kitchen, so while the traditional process can claim romance, experts describe the process as remarkable for its simplicity. Neither process can be carried out in the afternoon. Any process that gathers, cultivates, brews, and inoculates ingenious organisms is a multi-step process requiring long waits between each step. Yeah.
Well, like I said, composting takes time. even hot compost and all this other stuff takes time. The things that like what Bob's doing, like increase the surface area and stuff like that, or just kind of decreases that time because instead of breaking this whole let's say all of these banana peels, you just kind of helped it along with 1 minute work to save like probably months of time.
Yeah.
So
As an example, here is a summary of the procedure described by Bokashi Composting. Capture organisms, wash a cup of rice, save the water, and set it aside for about a week. Make serum, add milk to the water, set it aside to ferment for 2 weeks, strain the solids off, mix the inoculating or liquid, 1 part serum, 1 part molasses, 6 parts water. Soak newspapers, drain and sealed in plastic bag. Let ferment for 2 weeks. Separate the newspapers and let them dry. At this point, you are ready to set up a Bokashi bucket. Nothing about this process is difficult. None of the steps take much time. Even with all the waiting for the various fermentation stages, the entire process takes on the order of 5 weeks.
Oh yeah, this stuff's cooking up real nice.
This can't work on my deck.
Okay. Yeah, just what I'm doing with adding heat and grinding it, that it turns these blossoms and other organic materials into a nice fine powder. Yeah, that works. So that method with the Bokashi, that's smart. It's very smart.
Yeah. I put that in the private chat, the Planet Natural website, in the private chat for you, so you can take it from there. So. I don't think you have enough space for it, Kaylin. Oh, there we lost CR. I can see if I can find anything else useful. There you are.
Sorry,
CR.
I lost connection with my headset to the phone, so it was just easier just to come back in instead of waiting for it. Anyways, yeah. You know what's funny, Bob?
What's up?
The coffee I had this morning, I can just broadcast it out in the ground at my friend's place here. Right now.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't even take that long. It didn't even take that long.
you know, once you've got a lot of worms in your soil, it's amazing. I could do the same thing. Take the coffee grounds and throw them out on the grass. And they'll only stay there for a week, and then they just get consumed. It's gone. The
Well,
worms eat it, and the plants absorb it very quickly.
well, like I said, because not just worms, but the ants that you have in the environment and the
Yep.
beetles and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you look at nature, like for example, the ants actually break things apart. You just
Yeah.
I've noticed it before, right? Where they just pull it apart, and it's like
Yep.
so it's just going in different places, whatever, right? So yeah, ants are probably a big one of the major ones that we all of us have around that help us with the ground.
Yeah.
Well, because they break it apart and bring it back, and all the stuff, and they work it everywhere.
Yep.
I found this website, Compost Collective Organization,
Nice.
New Zealand, I believe it is, in Z. So I put that in the private chat and in the side chat as well. So getting started. One bin slides into another bin. The inside bin has holes for drainage. It has an airtight seal. Bokashi is an anaerobic system, meaning that we want no air getting into the bins. Storage should be in a warm place, out of direct sunlight. The garage and laundry are ideal.
During the summer.
But keep it close to the kitchen. In mild climates, a shady outdoor spot works well. So, and then you go to the next, and you get everything nice, and clean. So easy to understand. And when you've done that, you go to the next step. So
cool stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Very interesting.
Yeah, I think next year I'll get some more large terracotta pots for vegetables. And
Oh yeah, the containers.
The big terracotta ones. I got 4 of them just this year. I had to save costs because of the move and all that. And just yesterday, I showed you some of the peas that I picked, from the starts. And so I'm already eating what I planted, And I think if I continue doing that, we're going to be sitting pretty good because I've got onions scattered all over the backyard and in one pot and all that,
Yeah.
Well, it adds to what to what you can eat, right? Even if it's just flavor to start with, you're gradually adding more.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
And here we have an interesting. I didn't know actually. I was looking for that. Well, with Bokashi tea, 3 tablespoons Bokashi liquid to 5 liters water.
Oh, really?
So you do need you do need water for this.
Dilute the liquid at a ratio of 1 to 100, so 2 to 3 tablespoons to 5 liters of water.
Okay.
Apply this to the soil or the base of plants to help keep them healthy.
Okay.
And of course, you would eventually water it in and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And there is a nice picture who explains everything too. Really nice. So.
Yeah, so you would be adding it to your watering can and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or one of those hose spray type of adapters that you can get. You want to use a hose.
Here we go, guys. Just
Oh.
while we were sitting here, I made 3 different pan loads of blossoms. This one's 3 eggshells, rhododendron blossoms, and that goes. Let me see if I can get you down here. Right there. Whatever. There we go. And then that'll go into the box with all that stuff. I think I made three different pans of this stuff, just using a hot plate and a $1.50 used skillet, and just while we're sitting here chit chatting, here it is, folks. This is what I do usually at nighttime when it's quiet and I'm sitting down resting for the rest of the evening, and that's all
How much?
coffee grounds. And
how heavy is the bin?
I don't really know. Yeah, but here's the box. Here's the box. It's almost half full now. Just little tiny tree trimmings, because I do the bonsai and I take the small particles off of the bonsai and throw them into the pan, and everything is small and delicate. I've even taken some of the horsetails and some of the morning glory that I pulled up out and done the same thing to it, because there's no seeds that can survive that kind of heat. You know, I can throw it all in there and cook it.
Well, yeah, it's not just the heat, but you're also kind of grinding it, right? You're breaking it apart, and stuff like that. So it's much difficult. It's like trying to make a seed go through all that process, grinding and the heat. It's probably not going to survive.
There's the next batch, which I'll unplug this and. Yeah, I'm cutting off the blossoms because they're coming to an end of their life cycle on the rhododendrons, and that's all rhododendron blossoms right there. There we go. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just let that sit there and kind of absorb the heat a little bit, but I unplugged it and all for free. It just takes a little bit of work.
Oh, it's just something you already had on hand. Already had to buy.
Have it. Already have
or
it.
You already had to buy it already, right? So you're just using, you know, you're getting a second use out of it, or you know, part of the waste stream of it. You're using it again. So
I use it again. Yep.
Yeah, which probably means you could sustain that for a little bit. Because they would just keep adding. You would just keep adding to it, right? The next thing you know, it's just like, because like you might not notice in the first year a lot, but you'll start noticing more and more. Is just like, because I think what it starts to happen is that as you start adding it into the ground, it starts to become available for the plants in time. Maybe not this year per se with everything, but next year, the following year, you're starting to notice it. It's just like, it is healthy.
Well,
just takes time.
The like the peas that I showed you that I ate, those were grown in ceramic pots that were 2/3 store-bought potting soil and 1/3 ground up cardboard and paper and all that. And I grew the peas out of it. You saw me eat them a moment ago. I haven't died, you know. So and
I'm glad for that. I'm really glad that
I've noticed the soil that I mixed it up with, all the paper and everything in there, it just gets consumed. It has its own compost inside there, more or less. So I don't know. I you know, a lot of people say don't use this kind of paper and that, but I wanted to go ahead and put it in the pots and see if it will work, and it does work, you know. So, you know, so we'll see if I come
each
up
one
with
to
some.
their own, right? But I think the idea is to reuse these waste stream or food scraps, right? I think that's still the more and more important thing.
Yeah, to me too.
You can be more picky what you put in.
But,
Right?
Yeah,
if you want to add this for a certain reason, then don't. But you know, there's nothing wrong with adding like this broccoli that fell on the ground. I mean, on the floor that you just cooked or boiled, right? Stuff like that.
Yeah, but the only changes I've made so far is I'll no longer process it wet, because it just turns into concrete basically. So I
Yeah.
stopped doing that, and then um, I'll probably quit using so much cardboard. The
Yeah, I think
cardboard,
you want to
yeah,
start adding in some of that green material in
yeah. Mhm.
as much as possible.
Hi, Vanessa.
Hey,
Hey,
Vanessa.
Vanessa.
Uh,
Good to see you, ma'am.
Yeah, I was apprehensive to use the horsetails and the morning glory since they're such a pest, but man, that little skillet gets it gets hot. It just cooks everything. So I don't think there would be any type of seeds or roots that will survive it. And then grind it into a powder. Then I heat it up again to get all the moisture out, and presto changeo.
Yeah.
exactly. And then, you give it a little bit of time, and then next week, it's just like, oh, that was easy. It's done with. Next batch. And starts adding to your not just to the soil, but, to the plants in time.
Mm-hmm.
To make a tree to paper is some strong chemicals. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I've still got one pot full of Swiss chard that's about that tall now, and another pot with some yellow squash, and another pot with peas. And if I'm dead by this time next year from some bizarre whatever,
Nah, that won't happen.
not likely.
Not
Oh,
likely.
Bob. All I have to say is you're one tough SOB. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I can eat raw cardboard and survive it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think not only changing the process of doing all that stuff, but I'll change some of the ingredients to stick with well, like envelopes that come into the mail. What I have done so far is I've cut the adhesive part off of the envelope. And
in the window.
And the window. I don't put the plastic in. No,
Yeah, don't add that stuff in it. It just lingers in the system, and then
I don't need.
You don't
more
want to
mess.
add that in. Yeah, don't try not to add that in as much as possible.
Do you like sausages? Casing is made from paper.
Well, I don't know if I like sausages, but I am getting hungry.
Probably didn't help me showing all those fresh peas that Mrs. put into the stir fry, did it?
I'm randomly snacking right now. That's weird.
Yeah, I can hear you snacking on something. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm snacking on popcorn.
Yep.
I had it from last night. Okay. Anyways, put the popcorn down. Be more professional.
Guys, I'm gonna bounce out of here and give my missus a little attention and go irritate the hell out of her for a little while. She misses it,
Oh, okay, Bob.
All
you just stay here to make me hungry, then you just leave with the food.
Then you just leave. Yeah. All right, peace out, you guys.
Bob. All right,
peace out.
Bob.
God bless everybody. Thanks, Shadow.
Take care, Bob.
What
You're
can I
very
do?
welcome.
Good info today. Good info.
Yeah, and I think you should check it up a little bit more further.
It's worth it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The less
just
the less
Google
it goes in,
and use the links too.
Okay. The less garbage it goes out of the house, the better off we all are. All right.
Actually,
peace, guys. Take care.
Yeah, take care.
I totally agree on what Bob says there. For multiple reasons. Multiple reasons. Preparedness, the environmental side of things too. Because so you actually have somewhere to deal with your waste in time.
Yeah.
Now you have to generate from your food or whatever, right? Amongst other things.
Yeah.
It's just like these coffee grounds I have right here. See, they're in a state now that they're dry enough I can just broadcast them out, sprinkle them out, right?
Yeah.
That's what I usually do with this. With the coffee grounds, I just broadcast it out out there. I used to never use that term, but apparently some of the gardening community uses that term, so to spread it
Yeah.
out. I started to use that term now to describe it, but yeah. Although I usually add it in the winter time for me, in the winter, early spring for me.
Yeah.
Personally, that's when I usually add it. I mean, you can add it anytime. I mean, like I said, I'm away from home, so that's what I'm doing with the coffee grounds that I had to make or grind up today for the coffee. They'll be
Yeah.
helping all local area, right? I guess that's another thing about composting. If you do it locally or whatever, the resources stay in that area more. So it increases the fertility over time, I guess, right, of an area. Because you're not just subtracting, right? Pulling plants out, pulling roots, vegetables out, crops out, right? You're still trying to put something back in the system. Because you can't grow something without nothing. You need inputs in there for growing. A sunflower doesn't just mysteriously develop from like nothing. No, it needs access to with all the stuff from the ground, water, all that stuff, right? So the more you put into that, then you probably could get more out of it. Well, yeah.
Yeah. Kaylin says, I like composting my food scrap. My trash doesn't stink as much before it's time to take it out. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is exactly why I have that reason, too. And not only that, let's just say you have a lot of it. Well, more of it can be diverted out. So let's just say if you have like a pickup or whatever, specifically a system like that, that just means that your bin's never full. You don't have to worry about it getting full either, right? Or the excess you have, for example. So you can deal with
Vanessa says, our town makes compost we can use from our yard waste. Okay.
Yeah. There's a lot of towns and places that can do that or will do that. And there's nothing wrong with that, but when you grow locally or like in your backyard or whatever, you know exactly what it went into that. And you don't have to go far. You don't have to go far to pick it up because, but I mean, you have to wait because it's not ready yet today, but in time, a month or whatever, it's more ready. And you can start using it.
That's why I like the Bokashi system, because you can use meat and dairy products in it and compost it, which you can't use in a traditional compost. So you use everything you can into the compost. So
yeah, and I guess you can incorporate this in with their methods of composting or recovering natural resources like grass clippings and all this other stuff. You can incorporate all of them together, one way or another. So if you still want to just, if you had a garden or whatever, you just cut and drop it in the ground and just naturally let it break that. Yeah, you can do that. Incorporate that in, all that stuff in, depending what it is, right? I mean,
yeah.
I guess maybe you want to. Well, I wonder how well it handles like things like that can quote unquote get a disease. Let's just say if you put in like something that was infected with blight or something like parts of a tomato plant, because I know people don't like to chop and drop that, like where you pull it apart or whatever and you put it in the ground or just leave it in place.
That is awesome, Kaylin.
Did I miss that? About the leaves? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Caitlin. Was it last year? I actually used one of those weed whackers or weed eaters that spin, and I actually
Yeah.
used it to break the leaves. So it is possible to do that. But I dug and dropped those leaves in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
You want to use as much as possible in your compost.
Mm-hmm.
You want to use as much different types of waste in your compost, and Bokashi can help you with that.
Well, more variety.
Yeah.
And besides, you probably don't want to concentrate too heavily on one part of it.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to I shouldn't say overwhelm the system, but like kind of have not an unbalance, but just too much of one thing and not enough of something else, for example, right? Hopefully you would
Yeah.
have enough of everything, of the whole thing, right? It's also like a balanced diet, for example. You know, that kind of mentality, balanced diet, you know.
Yeah.
So, because composting is just a reusing of food material, right? So a balanced diet, right? And stuff like that. So kind of give not just some peas, if for example, bottle up our plant material, but maybe every so often some cardboard or some woody material to go along with it.
Yeah. And I put out okay, I can. There we have. Hey, Guardian Outdoors.
Hi, good evening. Hello, Shadow.
Hi,
How's
GP. Oh my
how you,
gosh, we get.
how you guys
Good
doing
to
this
see
evening?
you.
Everyone?
I'm so excited now. I'm so excited now. I
If I hadn't
I
had power outages, I would have been here earlier, CR.
no, I understand. I understand. That's why every time you graciously make an appearance, it's just like, oh, GP's here. Awesome.
You're too kind,
Yeah.
CR.
All right. You do all the talking now.
No, it's fine. I'm happy to join with you guys and chat for a bit because, yeah, because of power outages, it's been quite a challenge to join sometimes. And I've just been so busy as well, like with so many different things lately.
I know the feeling.
Like gardening, right? You're gardening, right? That's one of the activities, right?
Yes, it's one of like, it is one of the things that I'm doing, but it isn't as high on my priority list at the moment as other things are. I'm still running my garden, but like I'm not adding anything to my garden at the moment. I'm just keeping everything that I have alive, you know, like
Yeah.
it's,
Oh,
like
yeah. I
it's
mean, you're watering, right? That's
yeah,
basically what you're
yeah, of
doing
course.
now.
But the thing is, like it's just I really am up to my neck in so much stuff that I'm involved in and stuff like that as well, which is a good thing, and I encourage other people to do so as well. But at the same time, it's just like it's a lot. That's what I'm saying, really.
Yeah.
Well, okay, gardener. What do you do your food waste there? For example, since we're talking about composting, what do you do there?
Well, we have two worm bins, which
Okay.
we have running as well, which is quite nice, depending on which compost. And then we have a compost pile as well. But we don't compost as much as we could. We definitely could be composting more. Um, but we do have the worm bins running quite nicely, and we actually want to add on that too in the near
Yeah,
future. And then
I
not
think
just
we
that,
all could be composting more.
yeah, yeah. And
All of us.
there's all very different, strange, funky ways of being able to compost as well. There's a lot that can go into it. There's a lot of science behind it too, which is quite
Well, it's just
interesting.
not just the science, but there's different methods to approaching it.
Yeah. Well, what's kind of cool as well is I work quite closely with the local environment protection unit, which is like a conservation unit in the local region. And what we do as well is we go and pick up quite a large amounts of trash from the local reserves on Thursday mornings. And we also go and pick up cactus and collect cactus, some of the alien cactus that's scattered through the area. But the point being is that it's nice what you can actually find out there in terms of stuff to compost and stuff as well. So, and different types of vegetables and different wild vegetables that you find, different wild herbs. Just understanding what's in the local area too and what's not supposed to be there. Like if you, it's interesting.
So, Guardian, what do you think about the Bokashi system to compost? I put the 3 links in the private chat, so you can check them out there.
Yeah, with a lot of the time, even as you say, fermentation as well is something that's brilliant. You can actually get a lot of benefits from it if you know what you're doing when making a drink. And my sister actually makes a fermented health drink because she's a Bikram yoga teacher. So what she does as well is she makes a kombucha, which is obviously something that some of you might be familiar with. But she makes that, so it's also via a form of fermentation, which of course is quite interesting and extremely healthy. But in terms of doing bokashi composting for the garden as well, that's something that I've heard of, but I haven't done myself yet.
Check those 3 links, Guardian, and get the information from them, and you will find it very interesting. And you want probably to do it yourself.
Well, yeah. Anything that can be used as a resource in any point of knowledge that I'm missing is always something that I'd like to fill in on as well. If you find gaps or if there's stuff that you're unfamiliar with, you should always be very open and willing to engage in it honestly to be just open with yourself and just be as novice as you are going into it and just go into it as a sponge and try and soak in as much as you possibly can. Because if you do that, that's how we remain young as well, mentally.
Oh, like a root. Like a root.
Yeah.
Like a root.
Yes, exactly.
See. Nice segue there. Like a root, right? Come on. We're talking about composting. I gotta relate it in.
Okay, give me 1 minute quickly. I just want to go finish coffee for my wife real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, okay. Well, Guardian has a point.
Yeah. Start adding in there.
Yeah, everything you can learn about new things that are proven effective. Well,
and maybe you can add it in.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll do this and I'll still do the dry method too.
Yeah.
People like kaolin that's in the bucket outside on the balcony to a farmer doing a bigger wad to industrial composting, right? Yeah. I'll just do it all.
Yeah.
The ultimate goal is to recover the resource and add fertility back into the ground. As local as possible, right? So stuff like that.
And if you find a more effective way to compost your waste, it is better. And if you can compost it a little bit faster than traditional composting, so
You know, I was just thinking, right, and just like, in terms of composting, right, the benefit, the benefits would be like so much more than what we see on the surface, right? Like when you're I just lost my tang. I just lost the train of thought there.
yeah.
I was going on a tangent a little, but right. It sounded better in my head. Sorry, it sounded better in my head. Okay, never mind. I'll listen. Never mind. I'll just listen.
That is why I just wanted to share this specific way to compost because I don't know. I didn't know how many had heard about it, this type of composting before. So
Like I said, I've done some research. I've heard about it. I've never done it. Like I knew it was anaerobic. I knew it was in the absence of oxygen or air per se, right, and stuff like that. But I never looked into a lot of details. So
yeah,
feels like like when you were reading all that stuff, I feel like I understand it better now.
yeah, it is a very effective way to have your compost.
Mm-hmm. You know, and it can be part of the system that you have dealing with your waste. You know, regardless if you want to be more environmentally friendly, or you just want to add fertility to your ground and don't have to buy more pre-made fertilizer.
Yeah,
Stuff like that.
especially when you, as far as I know, Bokashi is the only way you have at least two benefits. You get a good soil, compost soil, and you also get uh, water that is highly nutrient for your plants. So that is something that is awesome, yeah, an awesome system to use, especially if you live in an apartment. But even if you live in a house, it will be
Yeah,
useful
you can
no matter
incorporate
what.
it in. Even if you do traditional composting or whatever, or what me and Bob did, I would even consider this.
Yeah, I agree.
Sorry, I'm still munching. I didn't realize I was snacking so much today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna do some more research on this with Bokashi composting. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I believe there is books uh, about it. Uh, yeah, there are books you can buy about Bokashi Composting, so that's good.
Well, Vanessa Kitty, I'm snacking on something that has CR in it. I am.
That sounds good, Vanessa. That bloody guardian finally showed up. Hendo? Yeah,
Oh, you
Yeah,
better
everybody loves
shut up.
guardian.
I shut up. I'm just AFK. Like, even though I didn't shut up.
He's there. He's listening. He's listening. He can hear us.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
My cat and dog are in Turkey hazes now. Okay. Bokashi Composting by Adam Footer. Okay. You can get it as an e-book as well. I'm gonna here we are. Here is the book. Bokashi Composting Scraps to Soil in Weeks. Paperback. Kindle have it for $15.19 and the paperback on Amazon.com. Yeah, I can put that in the chat too.
Yeah, I didn't hinder like in the beginning of the evening from like 8 till 10. So the last like 2 hours, I was without power. And I have like backups and stuff as well. It's just, I don't know, using fuel for that, just to like back up the inverter unless I'm like, you know, it's an important meeting or something like that. A lot of the time I'll reserve fuel.
Yeah. Yeah, we understand, GP. I would probably do the same thing.
Not that you're not a priority. I don't mean it in that
No,
way.
no. But, you know, if you could spend 15, 20, half an hour with us, that's good. That's good. That's still something, right? Maybe it's not the whole time, like you would like, but at least we get to be we get to appreciate your company.
One day when my country doesn't have as much power outages as often as it does, because we really do have that frequently. We have 10 hours of no power a day. You know that. Like we have 10 hours without power every single day.
Rolling blackouts.
Rolling blackouts, yeah. You want to say hello,
No.
No, you already did. By the way, you already did. All right. It's not like we can't hear you. I can hear her.
Yeah, we can hear her. 10-hour long blackouts, that's a long time.
No, GP is probably more accustomed to it now. It's going on
it's
it
not
for a while.
It's not consecutive 10 hours, by the way. It's like spread. So it's at least fair in that way. So it's not, we don't have it all at once. We have like,
well, that's
we have 2 hours of missing power, and then, but what's really bad is that it's horrible for all technology, because technology doesn't like being turned on and off all the time. You can go back. Okay, I don't want to take the conversation too far into technology and the capability that it has to be sustainable and long lasting if it isn't tampered with too frequently. But it really does come down to everything, all electrical devices, because of our power outages, going on and off, on and off, on and off. People everywhere have massive problems. And then our economy is pretty bad. So things are really expensive. The income's really low. And then we've got crime. So people take your stuff on top of it. It's like, It doesn't end. it's really bad. But anyway.
Okay. We got that off our chests now. we can continue on. We can
That's
post
true,
forward.
bro. Hey, I've got to say it sometime.
Well, you said it in the middle, so.
Kaylin says my area got a warning about possible rolling blackouts if we get super hit temperature this summer. Yeah.
Yeah, so listen, and I'm being serious about this, right? So if you happen to have power outages, so some things that are really convenient to have. So those solar lamps that you can get for your garden, right? You get those solar lamps that are designed to be utilized specifically in the garden. And what's really nice about them is that they can be brought inside when obviously during the earlier hours of the evening. And then you also get electrical bulbs, which are really convenient, that you can have running when there's power, and then when there's no power, they continue to run because they have their own kind of like little battery backup storage. So it's convenient, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice little flashlight, CR.
No, this is my friend. Yeah,
Yes.
that's my friend. I
Is
know.
that
I know
a
other
wind-up
people
one?
have them.
Is
No,
it a
no,
wind-up
not this one. This is designed to be in an outlet, or right. It's got a internal rechargeable battery. You can't wind it up, but it's meant for the power goes out, the light turns on, kind of deal, automatically. I know other people that have it. I think Hugo's got one of these too. I hope.
Yeah, Vanessa.
I hope.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Vanessa. I agree.
And
Yeah.
those wind-up ones are absolutely amazing. The ones that you're speaking about as well, like those wind-up ones are they can last so long. And like I love things that last a long time. Obviously, as for like preparedness,
Okay.
it's definitely good to have things that are die hard. Like I get all excited and like nerdy and giggity when.
Okay.
When
I was just thinking. You know what I was thinking, Channel? This deserves its own topic, its own Saturday now. It does.
It is true.
You guys have lots to. You guys could talk about it for hours and hours, and so
I know.
We're supposed to be talking about composting.
I know. Thank you, though. It's a good thing to take it back to where it's supposed to be. No, it's absolutely right. You're spot on. Like I do agree with you.
Yeah.
Because
and besides, we can talk about this for hours.
Yeah, precisely. Somebody sees the title, they want to hear about composting, they come in and it's just like power out.
For the next hour. But I think that's a topic right there, Shadow, for you. See, you're always coming up with topics. Well, there's a topic right there to talk about. You can talk about that. GP will be here next week to talk about it. And so will I. And Vanessa Kitty will be here too. I know that.
Yeah, it's nice to see regular people that we have. It's nice, seeing people that we see often, people that are in the chat as well. Kellen Strain and also Hendo.
You. Can't forget.
Yes, but mostly you.
No, mostly you. I'm just the side. I'm just the co-host. You're the star. You're the real entertainment.
No, I'm an NPC. Don't kid yourself, buddy.
Oh, non-playable character.
That's all I am. Don't worry.
He's just in the background.
I'm an extra.
I'm an extra too. I'm an extra.
I bet Vanessa can actually come up with a lot of topics regarding that too.
See, exactly.
Yeah, Vanessa.
Next
week.
It
doesn't hurt. I always need topics.
Yeah. So.
And it's
fun. Fishing is a good topic.
That is a very good topic, and not just fishing.
That will be next Saturday's topic.
Yeah, it's next Saturday, guys.
Yes. So I just want to bring up two things about that specifically. So yo-yo fishing is amazing. If you know what yo-yo fishing is, you will save so much time while you're doing other things, because you cannot dedicate too much of your actual time in a disaster or like emergency, long-term emergency scenario on the actual art of fishing itself. Because sometimes fishing takes forever and you don't have that much time. So yo-yo fishing can be amazing. All right. Big hint there. And hand line fishing is something that you should master as well. Hand line fishing, because you can't always carry a big fishing rod in your preps or your bug out bag or whatever. So like you can get compact rods. Sure, that's fine. But yo-yo fishing is very important, is an extremely important skill to have. And you should also know how to make a fish net and a fish catchment area where you're able to make little almost fish traps on the side of a river as well. So mastering that type of thing is extremely important. And because I live in an estuary as well, and I live on a river in essence, fishing is a very good topic. Well, that's a brilliant one. And in a survival situation, it's so damn good if you can. You could be. But the thing is, there'll be a lot of people that'll turn to fishing. So you've got to find an isolated river, one that's preferably upriver, where you're not going to be bothered too much. And there, you see, this topic is brilliant. It's good.
Oh yeah, we're hungry for more, but it'll have to wait till next week, everyone.
I can't wait till next week. It's fun.
Or next week, or the week after.
We take the fishing next week. That sounds like a good idea.
Please, if you are going to fish though, outside of a SHTF, please just fish respectfully and conserve the environment. And I really mean it. Like, don't be okay with overfishing. It's just about fishing respectfully. Yeah.
Hey Shadow, can you highlight that one comment that Hondo gave me here? Oh no, it's too far back. Never mind. I was just gonna make a joke in there.
Bring your fishing rods, folks. Next week. That's Hendo.
Yeah, also knowing, so Vanessa over here was speaking about knowing the different ways and tying fishing rods and stuff as well. Knowing which knots you can use when fishing is also a good one. So knots and fishing come a far way too. And
why not?
Why not?
Why not talk about it more now?
No, it's good.
You already got me hook, line, and
if you know how to do enough knot work, like you can make fishing nets pretty easily too. Like maybe it's a bit of something for you guys to research during the week and so about that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You know what you can also do, GP? You know what all of us can do?
Oh my God,
compost.
Oh my God.
We can all compost too. I mean, I'm not trying to bury it, by the way.
Yes, and that is definitely out of question.
Yeah, look, that's obviously, we should never advocate for things. You see, we're going to do it against you. We're going to talk off topic more. But really though, that type of thing should be left for extreme and desperate situations when the rule of law is no longer at hand in complete SHTF. But even in then, if everybody did that, there wouldn't be many fish for very long. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Vanessa, it is.
Yes, that's a good transition. That is brilliant. And also you can use a fish head directly and plant it. I don't know if you've seen those videos, but it really works well. You can take a fish head and plant it like a tomato directly, pretty much not directly on top of it, but put it underneath the ground, and then it adds, just use a regular fish head, and it adds so much nutrients to your tomatoes. So that is a great
Yes,
segue.
I've seen that video on that. You know what I also think? From
Mark.
Yes. Mark my words, I remember that video.
It's a good thing to mark down.
Yes. No.
I haven't seen that video.
I think, one of the things is, I think Yeah, I think that works well over there for him is because the ground can stay warm for long periods of time. I think that
We have a very
reason.
similar climate. That's also true.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. For
you guys
me,
don't
I
have
don't
the
think
same
I could
setup.
do that here. I don't think I could do that here. I mean, I could do it, but it wouldn't break
End up with
down.
a
Yeah, it
frozen
wouldn't break
fish
down.
head.
It would.
Is that what'll happen?
Yeah. I just don't think it would break down. I mean, I can speed up the process, like I said. You can speed up the process of it to a certain degree if you break it up or shred it or whatever, right? But if I did something like that, yeah, it would. Then I could get it to work.
So dynamite fishing is for Mad Max times
Yes.
watched Mad Max with Tina Turner last night beyond Thunderdome. Yeah.
You see, that's a brilliant topic right there. And you guys had a topic just a week or two ago. Wait here. So, I think it was about like 2 weeks ago, a week ago, when you guys had a topic about like facts or fictional prepping. That's such a good one.
That was last week.
Yeah, that's such a good topic that you guys had as well. That was brilliant. But yes, for Mad Max times, and the fact that you watched Mad Max last night is a brilliant. Oh, that's such a good movie. A lot of people might disagree with me, but I really enjoyed the most recent Mad Max as well, Fury Road. It's just honestly,
I have watched that movie too. I like the Mad Max movies. They are awesome.
In a way, it's very scenic. It's not the same like the Mad Max original movies are way more like interesting and like a bit more lore and everything, and it was a very different type of thing. But if you take it for what it was, like the new Mad Max movie was brilliant. Yes, sharpening your edge tools. You can actually write that down as well. That is a bit of a deep dive that you can do on sharpening your edge tools. And actually, I would say like tool and prep maintenance. If you had tool and prep maintenance, you leave it to a wider conversation topic as well, because it is a good topic. So you can obviously have that where you can speak about how to maintain certain preps. Because look, there's a lot of things that you can have and then you end up damaging. And that's why I was speaking about earlier about items that are durable and as resilient as possible. So things that'll last for a long time. And that's why I was saying before CR rudely interrupted me and said that I was going off topic, which I already am already. So I was going to say that it's extremely good to have items that are as like humanly possibly rough and tumble as you can possibly have them. Like it can honestly be dropped as many times and they won't break. That the hardier the better when it comes to a lot of your preps. That's also something to keep.
Yeah. Okay. I just came up with a topic too. Now, I have the perfect topic now.
Okay, go ahead.
No, for my streams. That's specific.
All right.
But anyways, I'm just gonna do a topic about topics of streams. I'm gonna talk about topics about topics.
Well, I have at least 1, 2, 3, 4 new topics.
So also Hendo said that over there, the Mad Max movies give us an idea of when SHTF kind of occurs, and the thing is that I think it does to a certain degree. I think that, however, people's access to fuel will be a lot more limited, in my honest belief, than there. So like vehicles will be a lot harder to kind of get by. Also, a movie that I would say really depicts what SHTF would also look like in some ways. If you watch the movie The Road, and I'll bring it up again, that movie, because of how desolate it is, like depending on what kind of has occurred, but yeah, in like the longer that things have been bad for, the less likely there will be that you'll have like technologies and even machinery to operate such as vehicles and things, because not a lot of people have the capacity to be able to redistribute raw oil and fossil fuels into combine and just combustible engines. Like that, a lot of people don't have the fundamental mechanical know-how on how to utilize things like that.
I agree. That is not many who have that skill set, I would say.
Yeah, some people are
And
artists with a wrench. I promise that's something that people don't. I don't know if how recently you've done it as well, but another topic that's very interesting is professions in SHTF. Like I think that you've done that about last year. I remember you doing something similar to that about people like certain skill sets that are valuable in a SHTF type scenario, different ways that professions can transition into certain other professions as well.
Yeah. Mechanics, carpenters, welders, docs, nurses, dentists.
Oh, the one thing dentists say, wow, dentist is so important. If you don't have a good dentist, you're in trouble. Somebody that knows how to do things without using like all the modern day equipment, and that's terrible. Dentistry in the old days was a nightmare. It's even worse than it is now.
Yeah. Vanessa says, without maids, I would expire in 6 months.
A lot of people are living like that. That's not only you. There's so many people, and finding alternative medications is extremely difficult. Like I've been on this rabbit hole as well, and there is it's definitely challenging. There's a lot of people.
That I agree with you about that. It's really challenging, and that takes on whole different skill set when it comes to that, because you need to rely on natural remedies, and that takes a lot of training, knowledge. So, because if you do one mistake with it, you can screw everything up. You can make things worse, not better.
Yes, that's very true. And yeah, it can be very difficult. Certain things can't be stored very easily. Like there are usually alternatives, but as you say, make things easier and better, not worse. 100%. And the whole KRSS thing as well applies to it. If you go into that.
Yeah. Hender says you need people with specialist skills and those who are level-headed, trustworthy. Yeah, that too.
I will say that nobody's trustworthy. I'll be quick to say that. I'll actually say that I would be very, very, very cautious to trust anybody in those scenarios. When it comes down to people being, caring about what they're going through and people will look after themselves is all I'm saying. And you can't blame them for doing so either. So you just got to take them with that approach and then work backwards from there, from a point of completely not trusting somebody to like having a bit of faith in them. Pretty much.
Herbs, etc., to replace medications and good diet. Yeah, that is. Herbs are good, but that is a little bit of a problem. It depends on what kind of sickness you suffer from, and some herbs doesn't have any effect of it. So that will be a problem, especially if you need to replace medications for herbs. So and it depends on also where you live, what kind of types of herbs you can find and get. Well, I agree with you about that, Vanessa. Trustworthy come with ill intent and you became cannon food. Yeah. Tammy says, now you are making me hungry talking about food.
You're not the only one, Tammy.
The 4 pots of tomato plants are growing up fast now. That's awesome.
Hi, by the way, Tammy. Hi, Rebel Canis. Good to see you.
Sadly, too many are selfish. Self preservation kicks in immensely during hard time survival of the fittest. Yeah.
Yes, and the look. Here's another one. I don't know if you've actually done this, but psychology during SHTF, people that have, and I'm being very sincere about this, perhaps it's something that you could make a standalone video at some point as well, Shadow, might be a good one. But psychology of people during like SHTF and looking at what people do. Because honestly, yes, we need to be extremely cautious. However, if history is anything to go by, how many times have we seen it over and over again where human beings have been there for one another and helped each other out immensely? So you've got to look at scenarios where complete strangers were willing to give up everything they had so that they could help a complete stranger and potentially jeopardize everything that they had as well. During the past, people have been showing extreme acts of kindness. So you've got to realize that, yes, I am somebody that will always advocate for people being cautious of others in the extreme sense of that, and I really mean it. But when it comes down to people as well, you've got to also believe that there is goodness in people and kindness, and that you've got to have a balance of expectations too. So yes, it's interesting.
I agree. People react different in crisis. Some keep their head cool and some do not.
Yeah. And people like me don't act like themselves when they're hungry.
I will, if you guys are still running in about half an hour, I will definitely rejoin. But I've got somebody that I need to chat to and stuff over here for a bit, just to help out.
We understand.
I'll be back a bit later.
Yeah,
All right.
no
All right.
problem.
Bye.
Solo but trade with others. Carefully trade with others. Learning carving wooden utensils. Yeah, that is a good idea. I know you can get some books about how to carving wooden utensils. So, and I believe there are a lot of YouTube videos you can find about that too. What happens if you go solo but get badly hurt and need urgent help? Well, unless if you're not a surgeon or any more advanced medical skill, well, would be pretty screwed, actually. Yes, Hendo, I can no longer go solo. Healthcare is paramount. Yeah. No bugging out, even though I truly want to return to the Arctic Circle. Yeah, that sounds good. If I do that, then it is a one-way trip. Yeah. But anyway, if you're alone and get really hurt bad, your chances of survival is pretty slim.
Yep, you're your own first responder.
Yeah, and if you don't have
All up to
the
yourself.
yeah, so a good
That's
advice is
that's it.
don't hurt
That's not
yourself.
even
Get hurt.
including yeah, yeah. That's not even including the skills, the knowledge, and the gear that goes along with something like
Yeah, I agree.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know. Finally, we got more. Well, I told you, Shadow. You probably only need like 50 Saturday topics a year, because you could do New Year's, you could do Christmas, and that's two right there. Then some other fillers that just fill in. See, it's not that hard, and then you just repeat them the next year on different days.
we must learn how to do first aid on ourselves so we can get to proper medical care. Yeah,
Yeah, you're gonna make it to that place in the first place. Step one.
yeah.
This is the coffee. Some of this coffee I had from yesterday, but some of it's from this morning. Look at that. It's already. I can already shake it out. It's not clumpy anymore. Still some moisture in it, dude.
How about power generation and power banks, etc. as a topic? I think I did a video about I think I did a live stream about solar generators.
Well, you could talk about it in terms of small scale, right? Outside of the big solar panels,
Yeah.
stuff like that. Stuff
Okay,
you
Tammy,
bring
it's
camping.
okay to be lurking. I still think that you need to be part of a winning team community to improve chances of survival. Anybody watches The Walking Dead. Yeah.
And speak of The Walking Dead, that reminds me, a big segue back into our topic here. They grew a garden in that show. I mean, they didn't show much, but I think they showed that aspect of it.
Yeah, I write down the ideas for the topic. So
Yeah. Eventually, you'll pencil them in for a Saturday. Stuff like that.
yes, Vanessa, humans are essential, very social animals. We rely on many others, even if you think you do not. Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, someone made your vehicle, right? Unless you know how to put a vehicle together or put a lawnmower together, someone made it for you.
Yeah.
Right? Someone did the work. The welding, the engineering parts of it.
Going solo is a luxury not everyone can afford. I agree with that too. Solar panels, inverters, charge controllers, etc. Multifunctionality of said equipment. Yeah.
Mm.
Just went out to water some of my plants. Well, they need some water. I'm buying a new charging pack by Anchor and their newest 140-watt charger for the phones and laptops. Okay, that's good,
Mm.
Vanessa. Best option is still to be independent as possible. Less you depend on big government, the better. Well, I agree with that.
Well, I still got 3 bars. Yeah.
Yeah, my pay is mostly big government. Yeah. Beware of new lockdowns. Who planning more of that shit? Yeah. Kaylin says, my Bluetooth keyboard is an Anchor. I do not own any Anchor power banks. I should get some since burn burnt
The cheap one's so fast.
the yeah.
Cheap, yeah, cheap. You didn't add the space. When I first saw that, I thought it said like espresso.
Yeah. I plan on buying battery banks and the solar charge controls for them in a few more years. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Vanessa. Wanting
Well,
to
since we're
bring
not
in
talking about the
digital
composting, I
currencies
guess I'll add to
globally.
this conversation. Yeah, I originally acquired something too, so
50 solar
it's
panels to store the energy from. Yeah, that's good. Really got a bad feeling of the future coming in a few years. Yeah. You'll probably really hate me. My U.S. Air Force second job is indeed military public health inspector. No, that is a good job.
bless you
Okay,
again.
I have two mini power stations, but because I don't get much sun here, it would take days for my 50 and 60-watt panels to charge them. Yeah, it would.
Mhm.
Going to get a whole lot worse before getting better. When that will be, only God knows.
Mhm.
Hey
And
guys.
remember, some people will have it worse than you at times.
I'm saving for generators, motors to turn machines, and wood processing equipment and tools. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, that's always good. Those are long-lasting things as well. It's like what I was speaking about earlier. Hey, what's up, buddy?
It's because I'm not at home right now. I'm actually at my friend's place.
It's good. It's good to have friends sometimes. You know, people that you can rely on.
Yeah, like people that grow a garden too.
Mm. No, that's
Mm,
good.
yeah.
Also, yeah, like it's just nice to have people to chat to. human beings are made for it, you know.
Yeah. Hey, Gardening, do you do any? I was gonna ask you this earlier, but as I try to segue it back to our topic here every chance I get now. Do you do like seed swapping over there, or like or plant swapping? I've started to do that with some friends and stuff like that.
Yeah, you'll find Facebook communities that will do that as well, but for the most part, it's kind
Well,
of
I meant like locally, like like maybe
in rural
a friend.
areas, yes.
I'm
rural
talking about
areas.
like if you had a friend or a family member or a neighbor or something like that.
Well, gardening, like it's different. People. That's why I say Facebook groups, social media assists with that because, to an extent, if you're not in a small community that already does that type of thing, people here won't very frequently engage too much with other people that they don't really know all that much at like a market. So we don't have those types of like trading markets, or we do have some markets like farmers markets and stuff. Those occur, but it's not really for seeds at all or anything like that. Mostly it's people that are in their own communities trading with one another, or as I said, Facebook groups and stuff. Really.
Let's see. I mean, I've actually passed some sunflower seeds to someone. They already told me it already germinated. I'm just, it's just popping out of the ground right now, probably. So,
yeah.
Can't wait to see them grow. Because you'd be surprised how people are maybe willing, maybe not start a garden per se, but they are willing to start flowers. I've noticed. And some people, may start like a couple tomatoes or something like that.
So yeah, it's actually really nice. Some of those cherry tomatoes, I've got some of them coming up at the moment. I said that I didn't really have anything new, but I do.
No, we know you. We know you got something.
Yeah.
Come on, GP. It's so obvious. I mean, we can hear it in your voice.
So, like at the Homestead show, we always have something going on there. But here on my personal property, it's only the like cherry tomatoes. I really, yeah.
Yeah, mine are already growing too.
Yeah.
Like I just put out a tomato transplant video. What you saw in that video was weeks ago.
Right.
It wasn't. Yeah, it's 50% bigger, 50% taller now. So it's still early for me because technically it's the end of May now. I still have June, July, August. So still got like 90 days, at least. Hopefully, cross my fingers for something good yield, good size.
Yeah.
Like last year, I was like counting by hundreds. And the cherry tomatoes, I was counting by hundreds. That's how many I had. Right, I was counting by hundreds. It was very nice. It was just like, wow, I didn't realize I had this many just in this small group right here.
That sounds good, Vanessa.
Now you got beefsteak. I know a lot of people grow the beefsteak. That seems to be a very popular variety. Hey, most people tend to know that variety. Oh, beefsteak, the big one, right? Oh yeah. Or the cherry tomatoes. That's about it, right?
Just chilling while we all waffling.
Waffling?
Yeah, Hando.
Yeah, so you do provide an environment where I can actually speak about like stuff that I usually can't speak about as well, and like this friendship group, without getting like too cheesy or sloppy or something like that. And I'm being sincere when I say this, that it's amazing to like that's why my Saturday nights here, like obviously locally, it's also like Saturday evenings for me. Like I much prefer the company of you guys to, like, I don't know. I've unfortunately, as I've gotten like older, I've become very like picky on who I want to spend my time with and who I want to like associate with and stuff.
Oh, okay, okay. I
And I
see, I
mean it.
see,
Like
I
you guys
see,
are a good
I see, I
bunch.
see.
I enjoy
I
the
see,
time
I
there with
see.
you all.
Well, you make
Specifically
it
SDR.
awesome over. You make it awesome over here.
And
Yeah, like I don't even.
It's always nice when Guardian graciously presents his presence over here.
It's it really is like you guys. It's yeah, I'm definitely somebody that knows the trouble and problem with like ego as well. So I love I love it when you guys like compliment me. I really do. It's just like I definitely believe that all people.
Oh,
like,
no, compliment? No, I'm speaking the truth. What are you talking about? A compliment? I'm not complimenting you. I'm speaking the truth. That's all.
I hear you. I
It just happens. It just
I'll
happens
sum it
to be
up by
compliment.
saying that I appreciate this community. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, and I want to have a nice community here, nice and peaceful.
I can't speak about prep anywhere. Okay, let me just say that I really appreciate it, right? Because I can't speak about prepping really anywhere else, and I'm being sincere about that. There's nowhere besides for these Saturday night chats kind of thing that I can speak about preparedness and speak about it openly, because in my like life and everything that I'm involved in and stuff as well, I'm heavily involved in my community. I'm heavily involved with my career, with my family. In these things, I don't usually bring like a lot of prepping chats into things like that because it doesn't carry very well. Like, so on Saturday evenings when I have the capability to speak to people and also like, you know, speak about these topics, I fortunately can speak about with my wife as well. But in speaking about, you know, outside of my wife and I, there really isn't many people that I can speak about these type of topics to. So it really does help a hell of a lot when I can actually converse and speak about things that I think about very often, because I think about prepping like so much. I really think about it quite frequently, but I think about it in a way that's obviously in terms of like hope, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Like I don't think about the doom and gloom side. I think about like just different ways to, and I love learning different skill sets and learning how to procure different elements that we would need in SHTF. I don't want to go down to that too much, but essentially it really does provide a place where I can talk about things that I'm passionate about. And that's why when I speak about things like this, it really does like allow me to get carried away with it, because I really do care about it. It's something that like I'm faced in this country with a particular set of very unique circumstances where being somebody that's a father and a husband and a son-in-law and a son, I have very important roles to play when it comes to making sure that the people in my life stay as safe as possible, because I live in a situation where things can go right at any point, and they could, I mean, anywhere in the world, but particularly here, we have a very, very, very high crime rate. That's even without it being an SHTF. So then you add on top of that a kind of like, you know, rough scenario, and things can get wild extremely quickly. So I'd have no other option other than to think about ways in which to make sure that I can protect the people that I care about, by making sure that I can increase my own capabilities and skills in everything that I do. And that's why I take it extremely seriously. And prepping isn't a game to me. And if you look at like what we've got in terms of like our infrastructure, the corruption in the country that I'm living in, the crime rates, and like not just that, but one of the highest HIV cases in the world. There's a lot of things that I could really go extensively deep into as to why it's so imperative that I do what I can to protect my family. But that's why prepping is important. And it's so foolish to me when people think about the term in terms of prepping and that, like what they could possibly do, like, and you ask them, and then the topic isn't something that people care about. You start speaking about it, and instantly you start seeing that people dig their heels in, and they're like step back away from it. And I don't want to engage with people and then instantly, you know, be speaking about something that I'm passionate about, such as preparedness, and kind of like have people like move away, because you can't speak about it in public, really. You really can't. And you've got to like read social cues and be like somebody that's able to converse with others. And if people when they hear about preparedness, because of normalcy bias, and because what happens is their subconscious is essentially protecting their body, and your subconscious play a part of it. Obviously, we know what normal device is, but the fact is that for on a health standard as well, like you want to make sure that like your body is always healthy, so your subconscious rejects any possibility of things potentially turning upside down, and therefore you're unable to kind of be proactive in preparing for things like that because you don't care about it. And as soon as you start caring about it and realize how far behind you are, you're like, oh my God. And that's where fear sets in. And eventually, because of knowledge of skill sets, that kind of overwhelms fear. And that's where you're able to be correctly prepared, in my opinion.
Yeah,
You know what, Garden? You know what, Garden? You know what, GDP? I'm just going to stand up and give you a big standing ovation for that.
and I understand.
That was well said. That was well said.
That you live in a country with a high crime rate and everything like that, and that takes a lot. You can expect everything bad happening anytime, any day, any time on the day, 24/7, basically. So that is basically to be on the edge 24/7, which is probably not that nice, but that wears you out at the end. Same here in this town. I speak with you folks. Most in town are just known associates. Okay, that's good. For 3 to 4 days, the shit did hit the fan in South Africa. Yeah.
Yeah, like so, so it goes. It's the crime here is worse than you could possibly imagine. Okay, it's so bad. It's so bad. You will never understand it. Nobody that has not lived here will ever really comprehend just how, like, if you are not alert and attentive to everything around you at all times when you're in public, like for the most part, you're going to get robbed, you're going to get mugged, you're going to get, like, if you have cash, that's like, if you open with your cash, if you go to an ATM and you don't look around there are so many things when you're riding in a car, if you don't slow down to robots. In the evening, at a red robot, you have to slow down, and then like you speed up. You don't stop at a red robot. Nobody does that. If you want to, you're gonna get robbed. There's a lot of things that you got to like have your eyes behind the back of your head. And
I agree with that.
However, there's a lot of getting better in the country. There is a lot of potential for things to get a lot better in South Africa. It's just at the moment, it's really wild.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I tell. Yeah, that's what I tell. That's just one of the things I learned when I was younger, right? It's just like, don't show all your cash, or publicly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. You're just asking for it. And most of the time it doesn't happen, right? But it'll be that one time you decide to do it. It's like, hey, I got this opportunity here, someone on the side, all right? And so it's like,
So I have a little story very quickly about this.
You have a story too. Okay. Wait. Let me sit down. Okay.
Right. What happened was I was about 14 years old, and I went to a skate park where they were having with BMXs and skateboarding, and I was really interested in BMXing and skateboarding at the time, and I love those extreme sports and that. And like when I was busy, I had a cell phone that I'd been gifted a while back, and because I'd really wanted a BMX, I had somebody that was willing to trade me a cell phone for cash, and then I was going to trade cash for a BMX. So I was trading and stuff as well, and when I was trading, I was doing it openly, and there were some people that saw that I was doing so at the skate park, and then I was walking back across a field, and as soon as I did that, 3 people apprehended me. And it was 13, 14 or something like that. And it was one of the first times that I'd had a knife to my throat in that way. And I really just, in that situation, I learned at a very young age that I shouldn't have the cash. That's the story, is that I just when I wanted something just to trade, at the time when I was at the skate park, I wasn't really thinking correctly. And I had it in my hand.
Young and naive.
And then, it's so stupid. And then obviously I've grown a lot wiser in certain ways, hopefully in certain ways about that.
Yeah, that's what I tell everyone all the time, right? Like, because here in probably in other places too. Don't get me wrong, but the automatic teller machine, the ATMs, right? Sometimes you got to use them outside, right? Or
Yeah,
you're outside, drive through, whatever, right? If you're gonna do that, right? I don't. I make sure I'm standing, and if I have to push the button to look at the screen, I'm looking, right? But if I'm waiting for it, I'm taking a look around. Because anyone can see that. Obviously, if you're at an ATM, you're either withdrawing money or depositing, right? Or you're checking your balance, maybe, but no one really checks their balance at the ATM, right? Everyone just calls or does online banking, right? But because more likely, they might be withdrawing, right? And all it takes is someone to follow you, and the next thing you know,
yeah.
right?
If I'm going to an ATM downtown, um, I always check first if there is
Yeah.
somebody behind me or at the side. I check the area before I get anything out. So,
Yeah,
and
right.
I have
All it takes,
if you're two and one of us has to go to the ATM, what I do is
keep an eye out.
if it would be you and me, I would if you would need to get some cash out from the ATM, I would stand
you would
with
watch,
the back against the ATM and check the area.
Yeah, you would keep 6, right? You would watch the backside of it, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would do that for people too if I was doing that, because the idea is that way, at least if something does happen, at least you saw it coming. Gives you a little bit of lead time, hopefully, to whatever, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be caught off guard or surprised. That's probably not the way you want to go about it.
Yeah, and then also like home security is a big thing, right? Making sure that you are actually conscious of locking doors and windows, and making sure that you have dogs that sleep on the insides of the home so that people can't poison them during the evening, which is something that occurs as well. It occurs frequently. And then, yeah, it's and also pit bulls. Oh, and not that topic. So pit bulls, look, so I do know that if you raise any breed of dog correctly, it can be a beautiful dog and you can have an awesome dog. I actually love Staffordshire Terriers as one of my favorite breeds of dog. I really do. And they're very, very close to pit bulls in a lot of ways. But at the same time, yeah, there are problems when a certain breed consistently comes up with again, they like, I don't know, it's such a contentious thing, because I just think people should be very responsible animal and pet owners. That's all I'll say about it.
Yeah, dogs are good to deter bad guys. If you have your dog inside and that your dog begins to bark in the middle of the night, and somebody tries to get into your house or apartment or anything like that, you don't want to just break into a house when you hear a big bad dog barking inside. You don't want that. It's not worth it, because you would probably get ripped in pieces. Hendo says, yes, saw a Twitter post 2 days ago about 3 dogs poisoned in South Africa. Oh, man. That sucks.
So, yeah, it's a strategy that gets employed, unfortunately, frequently, where they will do that, and then they will come and if a house has dogs and they want to get past that kind of hurdle, if you want to call it that, then what they'll do is
Well, it
they'll do
makes
that.
sense, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean, that's probably the obvious move. So, I guess the best thing you could do is kind of watch them outside and keep them inside during at night. Or when you can't watch them, you know what I mean? Keep them
You also
inside.
have front yards and backyards, and you can
Yeah.
have them in your backyard, and then, you know what I mean? Like, where they've got space to roam and run and be happy.
Yeah.
And then in your front yard, they can't, so nobody can like throw something over the thing for them, you know, the gate. And then also having just
Well, yeah,
cameras.
right. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
People
And
do
also
that. I know
location.
people do that.
You have to choose where you stay very carefully. You want to be in a location that's preferably like tactical, if you want to put it that way, in terms of the street that you live in, the amount of entryway into your house, which property you choose to have that has certain entryways as well, like how close it is to streets. If it's close to a main street where there's a highway, are people able to be on the highway to jump over into your property and then carry on the highway? That's also something that happens very frequently. So that's not a good idea to stay near a highway. You got to like look at like where to stay when it comes. Like it's just how close you are to like certain shops as well, and because shops get robbed quite often, so you don't want to be too close to a shop, because you can have like ricochet and stuff as well. But yeah, okay. Just give me one moment quickly. I'll be right back.
No problem. Take your time, Guardian. Use the dogs to the best way to protect yourselves. Keep indoors at night. I agree with that. What are you doing, Seer?
Oh, I thought I muted myself while I was doing something. Oops. I forgot about that. Oops.
Yeah, it's easy. Even I forget something.
Yeah, I try to
Sometimes.
mute myself if I'm actually making noise. Because usually people are talking, right? It's just rude.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. You know, it's like, what's this? You are, oh, sorry. Stuff like that. I'm trying to multitask here.
Yeah. Seer, I need to go to take a bathroom break. I will be
Oh.
back in a minute or 30 seconds. So keep the stream running.
Maybe, Hondo, maybe. Oh, yeah, Hondo, we covered a lot of things in the last 30 minutes, except for the topic. It's our kind of side topic, eh? Yeah. Yeah, they do. You're watching that while you're talking to us, that's kidding. Oh, okay, I see. I can just picture that right now. The first and second one. Okay, everyone, I don't have much to talk about this time around. I don't know what to talk about. This is not my stream. I don't know what to talk about. I'm all shy. I don't know what to talk about, everyone. I mean, I could talk about coffee. That makes me wonder if Shadow will ever have a topic about coffee. Like, just coffee. Coffee chat. Like, actually about coffee. Everything to do with coffee. Every last thing. Just imagine how many people would join, right? It's like, you're talking about coffee, Shadow, okay? Right? Everyone would have something to chime in about. I like this coffee, you know? Do you like drip, espresso, French press, filtered, and all this other stuff? Okay, everyone, quickly remove your comments so Shadow doesn't see it. No, no, he'll still see it on the StreamYard side anyway. Okay, welcome back. We were just talking
Thank you.
about how I don't have anything to talk about while you were gone.
Okay.
So I just made it up as I went along. I improvised.
I'm in the recliner, hubby zonked out on the futon couch. Cat and doggy are zonked out from the turkey. Yeah, I bet they are.
Okay, now that you're back, I can just take a breath now from talking.
Yeah. I want to buy the 9 barista espresso manual machine. Yeah. So you finished your coffee, huh? That's good. A Belmont coffee maker would be nice. Maybe a mocha pot, but I need to buy a grinder and a manual hand grinder. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
I was saying, Shadow, maybe we can have a topic about coffee. Like literally more than just coffee talk, where we only talk about coffee. Well, maybe tea too.
Yeah.
That'd be nice. I was just
Yeah,
thinking about I know who would join us or try to join us. I know who would join us. I know she would join us. As soon as I mentioned it to her, we're doing a stream of coffee, she would jump in. You know who I'm talking about.
Which one?
Alpine preparedness. She would be like, you're talking about coffee? Okay, I'll join.
Oh,
Or
yeah, Alpine preparedness. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll mention it to her later. I'll be like, we're thinking of doing this stream topic about coffee. And she'll be like, really? She'll be like all smiley faces. Like, are you serious? I'm kidding, by the way, everyone. I mean, we could if you really wanted to do it. But that'd be for a fun topic. That'd be a little bit more fun. Everything about coffee. Like, you can use it for, like, everything, right? I'm talking about, like, everything related to the coffee and tea.
Yeah.
That's all we talk about.
How is the gardening going, folks? Winter is finished. Well, I have actually 2 chili plants on my balcony now. And they're doing good, actually.
Oh, yeah. Cornel, Laura, and Chris, yeah. That's, yeah. I think what they've been pulling off. Well, because I usually, Shadow, I'm aware that usually,
guys.
usually when you see some of those gardening videos, unless they're doing a live stream, usually it's probably a couple of weeks back what you're seeing.
Yeah.
All right. Like even the video that I posted, it's a couple weeks back. It's been a couple weeks because I put it on the back burner.
Yeah.
And spaced out the videos so I would have content. Well, because I'm gone right now, right? So unless I do a live stream, there's no content out. Which might happen, by the way, on my live stream while I'm over here.
Yeah.
So yeah. Well, my garden's doing okay. I mean, it's greener. There's a lot more green plants or green leaves developing, so I guess it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we'll see when I come back.
Grow ginger
Oh.
and turmeric. Yeah, that sounds nice.
Mm.
But the problem is, I don't know if you can grow it here in Sweden.
Oh yeah, Vanessa. Yeah, I remember you posting that picture. I think I gave it a like or a love or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah. You posted it over on the IG side. Yeah, I saw it. That's really cool. See, now I know that they're beefsteak.
yeah.
Cool. Yeah, even my friend here is trying to grow tomatoes.
Berries
see
for
how-
nice smoothies.
Speak of berries, my friend's even trying to grow a strawberry. I think it was crazy. I come over here and I check where the plant is, and I'm like, it's like, well, your plant has a flower on it. We kind of removed it because it's so small, the strawberry plant right now. It's way too early for it to flower. Well, it's only the third last week of May. So I just tell my friend that maybe we want to make the plant a little bit more green or a little bit bigger.
Yeah, that might work. But in that case, I need. Yeah, in that case, I need to know what the proper soil is for that.
Oh.
I wish I could build a greenhouse. I don't fit that on my balcony. Unless a smaller one, but
Yeah. But see, about greenhouses, the larger it is, the more heat it can hold in.
yeah,
Well, and
exactly.
the more plants you can have inside. So it's just because usually all the ground becomes like a thermal mass. The more of it you have, right? And you can put in like
Yeah.
jugs or 55 gallons worth of water as a heat sink. Kind of absorb that solar energy.
In Alaska, we had a few weeks growing season, but darn near permanent sunlight. A heated greenhouse would be nice. Yeah,
Yeah, that's one of the
if
things
you
that
have
you
a
can,
space for it.
and hopefully still facing sun, or at least enough of it.
There is. I have seen greenhouse. It basically like a shelf in this size, maybe, and pretty decent height on it, and it's um, covered with a plastic, so you have an opening in the front, and that is basically a greenhouse. So that would might fit on a balcony. So
Yeah, and upgrade the components or the materials in time. Well, because I imagine an actual greenhouse made with glass and actual frame would probably be more efficient over time. But it's expensive to get cut glass. I mean, you know what I mean, in size and all this other stuff. But
yeah,
well, because a piece of plastic or whatever would probably wear down or get like in the sun, right? It would degrade in the sun or
yeah,
start to fog. Yeah. It wouldn't be as clear as glass, like a window, right? Because if you had a greenhouse with actual window glass, it would probably be more efficient because the light can penetrate all the way in, right? Versus, let's say, a piece of plastic that's kind of
yeah.
translucent, right? Doesn't let all the light in and stuff like that. But I mean,
My goal is have one and then can dry, etc. All the foods. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Vanessa.
well,
And
yeah.
it's a
See,
good goal.
yeah, because it's not just to extend your gardening season; it's so you can dry stuff out there. Because it's instead of being like 70 Fahrenheit, 21 Celsius, it's like much higher at that time, right? So it's could be like 30, maybe 40 if you wanted to, right? At that temperature, you can start drying out stuff if you wanted to for herbs or something like that.
Yeah.
Because the process would increase, right? And you have a fan going over top of it. It's basically like having a dehydrator.
Yeah.
Because a dehydrator is basically heat and air movement, and you're just slowly drying it out, right? The difference between that and the greenhouse is not much.
Yeah. Yeah, that is what I had in mind, actually.
Because what I've heard from other people is that you want a way to vent the excess heat out if it gets too hot. You don't want to get in probably over 40 Celsius, 104 in there if you can. That's probably too hot for the plants, for most plants.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? You want to be able to control, but I'm talking about when it's like 50, 60, 70 Fahrenheit, 10, 16, 21 Celsius, right? You can extend the temperature so it's like closer to that 20, 25 to 30 degree, 70, 75, low, high 80 Fahrenheit temperature range.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
So, well, if you have a smaller greenhouse, like a shelf like this, and you have a plastic around it, you probably need to have a thermometer inside that so you can keep an eye on the temperature.
Yeah. You want, because you don't want to roast your plants in there either, right?
No.
Because remember, some plants don't like that. Don't like that much heat.
That would be a bad idea.
Well, not only that, you would have to water frequently because you're increasing the temperature inside, right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna have to water more frequently, especially if you're putting in containers, because containers you have to water more.
Probably need watering them twice a day.
Yeah, so that's something to keep in mind. With that increased plant growth or whatever, you're gonna have to water more probably.
Vanessa Kitty has a good point here, actually. Yes, you must get able to control the humidity and the heat and cooling in the greenhouse temp control. Yeah.
All right. So you might have something if necessary on the let's just say it's sunny out, it's 90 Fahrenheit plus. You might want to consider a way to shade it. Just not shaded, but like kind of reduce the amount of light in coming in, and then vent out the excess heat.
Yeah.
If you can, all right. If you could.
Yeah, open it up a bit and.
Yeah. Because I think
and let the heat, the most of the heat out.
Yeah, because you don't need all
at least
of it,
some
right?
of it anyway.
Yeah, because I think where greenhouses really give you a lot is during the spring and fall time. When it's still, let's say, 10, 16 Celsius, 50, 16 Fahrenheit during the day.
Yeah.
It's, in the 40s, and then your greenhouse would stay a little bit warmer, a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And if it lasts a whole night, for example, where you can keep up a relatively couple of degrees warmer than outside, well, it's still a couple of degrees warmer than outside temperature.
I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Do folks use heating lights on plants in small places? Oh, like grow lights? Oh, I know people that do that. Some people do that.
Okay, I'm gonna show you.
Hey, Corner Clubhouse. I see you in there. How's it going?
Hey, Corner Clubhouse. Good to see you, brother. I'm gonna show you what I mean by that shelf I was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I mean. This is
Oh yeah. One of my buddies has got something like that.
yeah, you have plastic up here and it covers on the front and the back.
Mhm.
This would fit on a balcony,
Mhm.
definitely.
Yeah, most people could accommodate that kind of space for that.
Yeah,
For the most part, yeah. Maybe a place to start seeds, for example, right? Or if you're kind of like as a transition for hardening them off the seed, sprouts, the starters,
yeah,
for example, right? Gradually, you could get them accustomed to being outside.
yeah,
Stuff like that. Huh. And you get one of those. You can get a mercury type of thermometer, old school thermometer, and put it in there, and be like, okay, let's see. Because the only way to know how hot it's gonna get is to actually make it, buy it, or whatever, and use it. Because just kind of gauge it. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Let's say if it's 70 Fahrenheit, 21 Celsius out, how hot is it really getting in there?
yeah,
Well, because I imagine that each greenhouse size would be different, and what you make it out of, and how much heat it, can absorb and hold, and stuff like that.
yeah. Um,
Yeah, because I'm jealous of people that have like kind of like a patio that has windows around it too, because it kind of acts like a greenhouse.
yeah,
I've seen people places like that. That's so cool. It's self-facing and stuff like that. I mean, there's no skyline light, skylights to let the light in from the top, but if you had something like that, that'd be really cool. Because basically, that's like a greenhouse.
yeah,
You'd be able to grow stuff in there that you wouldn't be able to necessarily grow outside, because it's more climate controlled, for example. So stuff that
yeah,
you can't grow in your growing zone or whatever, right? You might have a better chance at it. Those tropical type of plants. You might have a chance at it. Then.
Hendo wanted me to put the link to that, but that is a Swedish store, so I don't know if everything is on Swedish. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, experiment with the temperature to optimize the best outcome. I believe it's a little bit of a trial and error, I guess.
Yeah, because like I said, you want to be able to, because not just trial and error, but you actually have to try the plants in there, especially if you haven't done this before, right? You don't want to burn the plants, or you know what I mean. You might discover,
Yeah,
oh, I actually have to water like a third time during the day, just because it gets a lot hotter in there than you think,
yeah,
right? Because it would be nice, where you can walk into if it was big enough to walk in, right? You walk in, where usually if you were outside in that same day, you would need a jacket. You walk in a greenhouse, it's like, oh yeah, I can take off the jacket. It's that warm. For
Yeah.
example, right? Instead of feeling like +5, it feels like +10 in there. Or from low 40s to 50 Fahrenheit, for example. Because I know some people that grow stuff. What's it say? They use instead of using mirrors, they use the mylar space blankets for it. That's if you need that kind of extra light reflectivity.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you have a big enough greenhouse, it'd probably just get enough light anyways.
Yeah, probably.
You might have to do that during the winter, maybe add some extra, stuff like that. But if you have a heat sink like water or a bunch of bricks that can absorb some of that heat and retain it for a little bit, then Mylar may not be needed. Well, because I know that people use the Mylar space blankets for indoor grow systems, right? With grow lights and stuff like that. I know a lot of people that do that stuff. Right? A lot of the channels we follow and stuff like that have shown their setup and stuff like that. Yeah, it can help.
Yeah.
It does help a little bit, but hey.
Vanessa says there is a company south of me that sells utility shelters that are also greenhouses. The tarp is greenhouse tarp. Okay, that sounds cool. Infrared reflecting helps a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I just see it would be more beneficial like later in the winter time more than in the summer. Because I think in the summer you would get plenty of sunlight anyways. You would get enough heat. Heat's probably not the issue.
Yeah.
It's probably in the wintertime where you want it, where you can pick up the temperature by 5 degrees or 5 Celsius or 10 Fahrenheit. That'd be kind of cool. Well, better, I should say. Not cool. Better, I meant, yeah.
YouTube search brings up interesting small greenhouse tarp videos. Well, that is something I'm gonna check later.
Yeah, but like I said, I think try it all first and get a thermometer, right? That way you actually have measurements. You want to be able to measure a difference. Be like, okay, the ambient temperature is 10 Celsius, 50 Fahrenheit, but inside it's 60 Fahrenheit, 16 Celsius. Then you would at least be able to gauge and see how effective it is. You know what I mean? So, and how long it can keep that warmth in there, right? Stuff like that. Then, you grow something in there and be like, hey, you know what? This is helping. Maybe I will, because you want to be encouraged by that process, right? And be like, is that actually helping or is it just a coincidence? I don't want a coincidence. I want to be like, yes, this is helping. This is why I'm doing it now. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
because I've seen people make the little tiny ones from like a milk jug or something similar along the lines of that. So I haven't done that personally yet, but I've been thinking about other things like that lately. So. Well, because I was just thinking, like, what happens if you can acquire the resources, or use, or either free cycle or recycle the resources and make it. That'd be nice. And you can just try it out, and be like, oh yeah, this is great. Now I'm more convinced to buying it if I wanted to. You know what I mean? Where you've seen the DIY project be pretty good. All right, and you didn't put money into it. You just reuse something, just put some time to build it or whatever. Right? The next thing you know, it's like, okay, you know what? I think I'm gonna buy some metal or get something specifically built for it now. Because because you're encouraged by the results that you're getting, right? You try this DIY for a year or whatever and see it the whole season. It's like, oh yeah, this is paying off, or this is well worth the effort. All right, I want to see that. That's why. That's why in time I will consider it more and more now. But first of all, I have to get better at the outdoor stuff first.
Yeah.
I want to get better at the outdoor stuff. Right now that I've gotten a little bit better at it, now I'm trying on container gardening. Or we just because to a certain degree, everyone can container gardens that does gardening. Because not everyone directly sows outside or directly plants outside, right? So some people have to start them inside or in a greenhouse or a nursery or something like that. So, and all those are in containers. So
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you.
that kind of, yeah. Well, it's just like when you were transplanting your chili plant, right?
Yeah.
For that kind of stuff, you learn by doing it. You learn by doing it. Yeah, you can watch videos and stuff like that, but until you actually get your hands dirty and feel it, because it's a feel thing, all right? You're gonna feel for that, all right? Because also you can be too aggressive, or you want. I mean, not totally delicate, but you want to handle it with care
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like even in the video that I posted, right? By the way, it's a 2.5 minute video. But
Yeah.
you could see how gentle I was with it. Yeah, stuff like that.
I have a yard, it helps. I'm never going to live in an apartment complex again.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm aware that some plants don't need or want a warmer environment.
Yeah.
In comparison to other things, peppers compared to tomatoes, compared to something else, like lettuce, for
Yeah.
example. Right? I probably wouldn't necessarily grow lettuce in a greenhouse, but I'm thinking of things like peppers, for example, right? Or even hot peppers. Trying that out, right? Just to give it a little bit more oomph,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Because I'm well aware they like more on the warmer side of things, and stuff like that, compared to like tomatoes and stuff like that. So.
Kaylin says, "See, you're gonna leave Canada." Lol.
Where'd that come from, Kaylin? Where'd that come from? Where did that come from, Kaylin?
I have no idea. It
You
just
know where
popped
that
up.
Oh, okay, I'll just leave it go. I'll just leave it be. I mean, never mind. No.
Yeah,
Oh,
Vanessa. Grow foods you enjoy cooking, but the etc. All your things are using. I agree with that. You mentioned warmer climate. I couldn't resist.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Sorry, my headset died. I told you I
Yeah, I
only get like
figured.
about 2 hours. I've been here for like 4 hours. It's actually that time. I keep forgetting. I always have to actually I need 15 minutes break for it to charge.
Yeah.
So yeah, I get it, Kaylin. It's all good.
Just lure CR with more snacks. That will do the trick.
Oh, whatever, Hondo. As Bob would say, you're fired. Just kidding.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just kidding.
You're fired. Yeah,
JK,
exactly.
JK.
That's Bob. That's Bob in a nutshell.
Yeah, exactly. We're just kidding. We're kidding. All the serious talk was like in the first 2 hours. The last 2 hours, the last 2.5 hours or 3 hours. It was like, yeah, we're just talking now. This is more the chit chat time.
Yeah, more like a chill and chat. But
Yeah, stuff like that.
it's nice to have a little bit. First the topic, and then chill and chat. That's nice.
Yeah, we'll start adding in stuff in the side chat and be like, no, we're not getting so serious.
Meat candies and jerkies, yum. Okay. I left my butt off when Bob says you're fired. Yeah, me too.
Well,
That is what.
there's the cliche kind of like the way you said it, where you're like, you're fired. He actually, I know Bob can sometimes do it, but yeah. We even got Vanessa Kitty laughing out loud now.
Yeah.
6 hours are okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Bob is a nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
I like Bob too.
Yes, me
I get
too.
fired as well. Yeah, I know, Handel. You get fired too. By Bob.
Bye, Bob.
Don't even know why. Okay. Yeah. You never know when it comes to Bob.
Oh, I didn't realize I turned on my camera.
Nice. Nice.
I didn't realize I turned on my camera. I didn't realize I was showing that.
Yeah, Handel 4 hours and 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, but you didn't realize that me and Shadow were talking half an hour before the stream started. So I've been here for the whole almost the whole time. Almost. I've been up here almost the whole time, except for that time that I kind of left and came back in earlier. Besides from that, I've been here the whole time.
Yeah, you have.
I mean, I was here before Bob came in and said hi in the stream.
My tomatoes got attacked by several diseases on animals and such, and I am trying not to repeat those mistakes. That sucks, Vanessa, when that happened.
Yeah. That's why I've been trying to, like, usually when people say pest, it usually means unwanted guests, let's just say.
Yeah.
Regardless if it's a plant, a weed, or an insect or something like that, or a bug, or, an animal or whatever, right? Because it's just something that affects directly to the plant one way or another. Like, I'd say the tomato plant or whatever, right? It's either attacking the roots, attacking the stem, attacking the leaves, eating the fruit.
I agree, Vanessa.
Wait. Can you put that back on? I missed it. I wasn't paying attention. I was looking away. Okay.
There you go.
Now I'm better. Wait. Put it back on so I can screenshot it. No. I'm just kidding.
I was told to grow strong herbs between the plants to ward off pests. Yeah, that might work.
Well, one of the things, and I kind of mention it every so often about the spiders. This is why I try to attract spiders into my garden area, because spiders will do stuff naturally for me.
Yeah.
And I don't have to do the work per se, right? Like, you'll be caught in the webs and stuff like that, right? Because, Bob said something about permaculture, right? I think one of the things about permaculture, well, there are opinions, don't get me wrong, but, people say, I'm quoting something from someone else, but, where you want to have the predators come in, an environment where the predators want to come in terms of, let's say, spiders, for example, I should say, right? Because that way it keeps them in check. Let's just say that are bugs, right? Because their population can increase so dramatically, right? Because without a natural predator, you know what I mean? They'll just increase, right? Because there's plenty of food, no natural predators. Well, what else is going to happen? They're going to grow in population. And next thing you know, your plant's gone.
Yeah, exactly.
Or whatever, right? So I'm always a big proponent of trying to attract the bugs that eat other bugs, right? I know Bob is the same way.
Also
right?
toads, etc. According to Bob.
Feed
off insects. Yeah,
right. That's why I'm a big proponent of trying to bring in dragonflies, the ladybugs, the spiders, right, and stuff like that. Even beetles. I'm trying to attract that. Like, I know Bob was talking about like worms and stuff like that, but these are insects do a lot for the garden too.
Yeah.
And stuff like that too, right? Because I'm always glad to see spider webs in the garden area. I'll be like, yeah, that just shows that, there's something there. Like, even spiders that don't make webs or whatever, right? They can hunt on the ground too, right? Because, like I said, because it keeps everything's in check, right? So there's that balance. Because
ladybugs are useful too.
Yeah,
ladybugs they take away the lice from the leaves.
Supposedly aphids too, right? I mean, but because if it goes out of whack, the scale or the seesaw, for example, sways one way, and next thing you know, now these certain bugs that you don't want because they're eating your plant or whatever, right? Their population increases, and now your plant population or plant leaves and all that stuff is decreasing, and next thing you know, it's just like it's become overwhelming. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I don't mind seeing one or two every so often, as long as I have the predators that would consume that kind of as prey, then I'm still good. It's when you see that awful increase, that dramatic increase, and you don't see any of the predators, let's say spiders, around at all. I'd be like, maybe that's why they're increasing in numbers, because there's no natural predator to keep them in check, for example, right? Because if you think about it in Mother Nature, right, that's how it is. It's the series of balances or checks, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's one thing I try to always bring into my garden spaces, outdoor spaces, and stuff like that. Because, like, people will say, "Oh, mosquitoes or whatever." That's why I try to attract dragonflies to come into an area, because they're more likely to consume, right? Natural, and you don't have to do any of the work. You just have to attract the dragonflies, the predators to come in. It's like, yeah, there's a lot over here, mosquitoes over here, right? And next thing you know, it's just like, hey, there's less mosquitoes or something, right? So,
Yeah.
well, because even this one time, I actually see, I've shown, well, it's no with the lilies before, and I've illustrated this before. Well, remember that picture I sent you on the private chat about? Well, I think I sent it to you. Well, anyways, I've shown it in the video already about the scarlet lily beetle. It
Yeah.
looks like a ladybug, but it can, well, it flies like a ladybug too, but it's slightly different on the back. There's no spots, right? And it's a different shade of red and stuff like that. But it consumes the leaves and the and can consume the flower of the lilies, right? It's very evasive. I mean, not evasive. It's it starts to break the lily, right? To a certain degree. And there's these other little things, right? One things I've been trying to do is not just spray something or whatever or something silly like that, but I've been trying to increase the spider population within the area that I have it in. I'm promoting spider web building art and stuff like that because I figure, hey, if the spiders are there, maybe it might help. I haven't seen one catch one, but if I see one catching one or whatever in the spider web, I'd be like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I just haven't seen it, so I can't prove it, but if I see that in the spider web, where I see that little beetle in the spider web, I'd be like, look at that. Mother Nature's helping me. Right?
Yeah.
I didn't have to do
Exactly.
any of the work. I didn't have to do any of that work for it, right? Maybe just the work to attract the spiders in the first place. So that's one thing I've been trying to understand a little bit better, right? I like how Hondo found the ladybug emoji.
Yeah.
Look, he found the ladybug emoji. Yeah.
Yeah. I noticed that.
Yeah.
Really cute.
Yeah. Because I know, I know some people will grow something just as a sacrificial type of plant where, I want all the insects to hit this one, but keep my other one really prestige. You know what I mean? And hopefully not
Yeah.
get it everywhere. Because I have lilies in other locations, but I tried to limit the scarlet lily beetle from attacking them too. Amongst other things. So I tried to promote the insects. I mean, I shouldn't say insects, but the spiders that want to hunt them or something along the lines of that. That way it keeps them in balance, right? It keeps them in check.
Yeah.
And hopefully their population won't increase so dramatically. Well, because like I said, if you increase the food supply, they know where the food is, right? They reproduce, and next thing you know, you got like tens. You see 10 every day. That's a lot. Next thing you know, you don't have the lily. It's just kind of like, no more flowers, all that stuff. I've been lucky. I was lucky last year and the year before, but their year I saw so many. Right. This year I've only seen one so far. Right. So I'm hoping that me doing these things that I'm doing is paying off, but I'll have to see in time. It might just be a coincidence or a fluke, a fluke couple of years, right? But if I keep seeing it more and more, I'll be like, well, maybe it is helping, right? You know what I mean? So,
Yeah.
because I've seen more some of the plants have made in where the lily is have made really big web. I try not to break it, but I try not to, but it's hard because you still have water and do this interact in the environment, but I try not to break them, but Yeah. Because I would just imagine if the leaves were all just covered with spider webs, I'd be like, it must help, or at least slow them down.
Yeah, at least.
Right. Because they still have to land on the leaves and and do all this stuff, right? So it's more kind of natural, anyways.
Use natural pesticide if possible, and will whatever eats the pests combination. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I try to do that as much as possible. As much as possible. Well, because if you think about it, the pest, whatever you want to call it, let's just say this scarlet lily beetle, right? Then I'm not trying to get rid of it. I'm just trying to keep it in check. So, I just see one in a year. That's it, kind of deal, right? And limit their population growth, right? Because I have this big lily. It's a big source of food for them, or a home, and all that stuff, right? So I know it's not. I can't stop that. I can't stop them from coming towards the food source, right?
Yeah,
Or
I
your
agree.
home, making a home. So what I do is make it so it's more difficult for them to eat, reproduce on it for natural means, like spiders, for example. Hopefully it's working, but like I said, I haven't seen a spider web with one on it, so I'm waiting to see that. And maybe I'll show a picture if I see it. I'll be like, I caught one in there, right? Then it would show me that this does happen, all right?
Yeah.
All right. And stuff like that. So, or maybe some other insects or whatever that can help me remove the little bugs off of it, or the little grubs or things that it does to the lily plant, which I've seen. So,
And I agree with Hendo. Yes, certain regions has different kind of pests.
well, Hondo, it's more like what he said at the bottom there, not just making it. You want to make it more mimic nature, where it's got to be really, really strong, really, really fit to make it through, right? Kind of deal, right? Because
Yeah, Hendo,
there's
I agree.
that sense of balance, right? Because, like I said, what happens when there's an increased food supply or whatever for an insect or whatever, right? Population grows, just natural.
Yeah, exactly.
So, since I can't move the plant per se, right, and I don't per se want to spray something or do something like that, then I'll try a better approach, a more natural life cycle approach of it, right? And stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
I've seen the spiders where my lily is right now. I mean, I never touch the spiders. Hell, sometimes I see beetles like coming across on a patio or a sidewalk. Well, I mean, not sidewalk, on a cement or whatever. I help them into the garden space.
Yeah.
All right, because I know that they're not help me. As long as their population's fairly good, it might help, right? Keep them in check, right? Stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, because all the insects and arachnids have to interact in space, right? So eventually they'll cross paths, and hopefully it'll help me.
Yeah. Well, see, or I began to get pretty tired, so.
Yeah, and I just realized that.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Less than 5 minutes, long an hour.
Well, we are on 4 hours, 24 minutes, 24 seconds, and it's almost 30.
So I just really to sum everything up that you said earlier for everyone here that didn't watch every last bit of it and is still listening, composting and all the methods are useful, regardless the one you use, right? For many
Thank you,
different
Hendo.
benefits, not just for the environment or your wallet or whatever or prepping, but all of it. It does so much for you, you know, adds to your plants
Yeah,
that you have, right? Maybe you spend less money buying fertilizer. Maybe it's so
yeah,
you can grow more food in time with the space you
yeah.
have and stuff like that. So there could be a lot of benefits. I mean, I do it for a
So
lot of things like that too.
yeah, that is what I mean. A Bokashi system is perfect because you don't need to buy any fertilizer. You get them for free, basically.
Yeah, as long as you can source the material to bring it in every time you start a batch. All right. I mean, like I said,
Exactly.
and then transcends to any composting method you want to try out. Because, like I said, all of them add back into the soil or back into the environment in time, right? It doesn't
Yeah,
need to be shipped like 30-minute, 40-minute, an hour travel by vehicle later, end up some ditch. No, it's helping your local area, your local environment, maybe your own home area, right?
yeah,
And being able to deal with your food waste is important. Because when that system isn't available, if, for example, you have pickup, then what?
yeah. I
And
agree.
I think we're aware that can happen. It might not have to happen here or with you, Shadow, but it has happened in our places. And that's with the grid up. Just imagine if the grid's down and these other things are happening. You don't have to deal with your waste or food waste, right? So it's nice to know you know about these things, these composting methods, or have the materials in place already, right? Have the resources in
Yeah,
place. Maybe even have the experience because you tried it for at least once. You're not in that emergency trying it. Oh, I've heard about this method that works. We can try it out. Have you done it? No. Oh, well, hopefully it works out. Right. you know, you know what I mean. So
yeah. Exactly.
and stuff like that. So there's a lot of
Yeah,
benefits. Anyways, Shadow, thanks for. Well, I guess we could. There's still 2 minutes. We'll fill it in. Thanks for having me
yeah.
on. Usual. I can't
You're
believe I talked.
most welcome.
I've been talking to you for like 5 hours. Personally. Oh my.
Yeah,
Good times.
yeah.
I have something to talk to you about in the backstage, by the way.
Okay.
I won't. Don't worry. I won't take that much time.
Yeah.
So yeah. So thanks for having me on, and
It's always a
want to
pleasure to have you here, my friend.
go out and practice. Try some of this stuff. Try to learn the skills and knowledge and the knowledge behind it, and develop the skills so you gain experience by doing. Yeah, something like that. something like that.
I agree with you about that, Hendo.
For once. Right on. For once we did.
Yeah,
And go out and try this stuff out, right? I'm still learning about it too. I'm trying to make
yeah,
sense of it all that stuff too, right? Because some of the stuff we might need to dip into. Hopefully we don't have to, but we might need to dip into this. And if you have dipped into some of this stuff, maybe you might want a little bit more than you think. Might help more than you think, right?
yeah,
No, not just the experience or the knowledge of it, but the skill of it. like you kind of knowing it, right, in advance of something, and be like something you could put in your back pocket just in case if you wanted to, or develop it a little bit more. And hey, who knows? Just like gardening, right? Go propagate it. All right. Because I don't know about you, like I said earlier, I've noticed people wanting to get into gardening a little bit more lately. Like I know I kind of saw it, but it feels like more and more people are wanting to get into it. And when you show them how easy it can be, well, I did it, or you
Yeah.
did, or whatever, and then they'll be like, CR's doing it in his backyard or whatever, right? And yeah, I can do that too. Similar environment, right? Sometimes all it takes is that seed to get it started. So hopefully I sprout everyone's interest in what I just said. Okay, that's all I have to say. Shadow.
Yeah.
That's your cue.
Yeah, we'll wrap things up now, guys. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate that. It's always nice to see you, and always nice to have you here, guys.
Take care, everyone.
Take care, stay safe, God bless. And we are out. And I will see you next week.